everyone. Welcome to another episode of the Ultimate Effort Show with Alex.
And Joe.
And special guest star, special helper, Santa's little helper.
Just in time for the Christmas season.
We've got
me.
Xander from the council with us today. And, oh my gosh, Ultimate Encounter Throwdown. We've had 28 killer entries. We're just going to talk about
throwdowns.
Yeah, 28 like 28 gauntlets dropped. Like, I don't know about you, Joe, but my toes are sore.
Right? A couple of them clipped. My baby toe.
Yeah, right. Woo.
But man, so the craziest thing I think, and I really want to point this out, on the 7th, we were like excited, expectations blown out of the water of like, wow, we're up to 16. And then over the rest of that day through the 8th and to the last minute on the 9th.
Literally boom. The last minute. Ogbang, 28. I'm looking at you, bro. Like 12 or 11:59 p.m. on the night.
Well, I've seen his beard, so I have to say a wizard is never late. He arrived precisely when they mean to. It's a wizardly beard.
It's crazy. He was like, I fly close to the sun.
Yeah.
Yes, you do, my friend. Yes, you do. But I don't know of another good way to do this other than for this episode, we are going to dive in, talk about each one in a little bit of detail, try to have some footage. This will probably be heavily edited for time. But
well, I mean, that's the mantra of our show. We want to showcase cool people. And we've got 28 badasses that rolled in and said, like, boom. It's like, all right.
Yep.
So we're going to showcase.
And I want to make it clear, Xander has no decisional authority. He's just here to help us sort through and talk about these encounters. Because we also may have, after this episode airs, a special surprise for the community. We'll see what happens. But anyway, without further ado, we're just going to dive in. These are in alphabetical order, so just that's however my computer sorted these. So there's no, it's just how they're going to come up. That's how we're going to take them up. So nobody, like freak out. This is just how they fell based on my computer. So the first one I got here is the Acid Pool encounter by Kane Driscol.
Yep, Kane's Kiln.
Yep, if you don't know, Kane has that awesome channel, Kane's Kiln. Please go check it out. Tons of awesome ICRPG content. But here is his submission. And you know what I love about this one, Joe?
I love the green.
Yeah, I love the green because it's an acid theme encounter, right? And I love the fact he put that little dex symbol. Like, here's how you categorize these, but
yeah, that is like a nice, just like that quick bullet point for the GM to know right off the bat, heavy dex challenges in the acid pool.
Right,
and that's
exactly.
Great. Target over in the other corner.
Yeah, and here's what I want to get into with this one. So this one's pretty cool. It's an large acid pool. There are a bunch of rocks. The real objective is to get to the other side, right?
Yep. Like
that's sort of it in a nutshell. The target's 12. You just got to make it from one side of the acid pool to the other without falling in. But if you fall in, like, you take basic damage. I think that's pretty cool.
Yep, immediately.
But you can't just, run across.
No. No way. I'd give you, at best 4 turns if you're taking D4 damage of swimming through acid.
Yeah, you're not.
Plus all the other stuff happening.
Well, you're not going to be able to swim, and then the real key is you got to jump from stone to stone, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're not swimming.
Yeah, and makes those dex checks. The first 2 are normal. The next 2 are hard, so that's going to be you got to hit a target 15 to make it through that final jump. But then you're harried the whole way by this guy called I love this, the Long Range Brute.
Yes. Yes.
If
he's not shooting at you, which he's going to do every round. Whoever is the closest. So he's obvious goal trying to stop you from crossing. Well, so whoever's the closest to him is getting pegged every round.
Yeah, and what's cool about it, this guy gets 2 actions, right? So
yes.
So he's gonna shoot at them like at least 2 of them every round as they try to make their way across. And if that isn't enough, the D4 timer is he lobs a grenade, and everybody has to make a save.
Yep.
Or you're going to take damage.
Right.
you know, and as it like sprays acid when he lobs a grenade, you lose an item if you don't make your save.
Right. So I was just going to point that out that if you're within near, yeah, you could lose random items.
This is your favorite. This is your favorite kind of encounter, Joe. Like, because you always end up naked at the end of them. You know.
I know if gear can possibly be destroyed, I'm apparently the hucklebearer that's gonna carry that one.
Yeah, you are, like, by a lot. But I love this encounter. I love that it's just simple. Make it from point A to point B. Make it across the stones.
Right.
This guy is going to harry you the whole way. If you make it over there, he's not just a pushover. Like, he has this dual pistol mechanic where he like pulls him out and peppers you.
He's got some melee abilities in there.
Yeah.
I mean, between his pistol whip and the move aside, which he does have, like, it is set up for the long range brute with kind of a D4 monster AI, so you can just kind of roll to determine what's going to happen if you choose.
Yeah, absolutely. And then like eat lead, right?
Yeah.
Like roll a D6. That's how many targets he hits.
Yep.
The best part of this to me is the extra details to find and the flavor rolls to add, because I think it's brilliant to include little rolls you can do if things are getting kind of stale, to just spice it up a little bit.
Absolutely.
Oh, totally.
Absolutely. Well, and I love that he put those extra details to find in terms of building this encounter. That's so great. Honestly, if I were running this, I would probably include all 4 of those. So, there's like the chest that's under the water, if you get
really kind of pull the strings and be like, all right, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Right.
All of these things here, plus
one of those stepping stones predetermined is not stable. Like, you hit it, like you got to make another dex check or you fall in.
Right? That's like some serious, like, but Jehovah starts with an I kind of moments where you step on what you think is solid and, oh boy.
Yeah, exactly. There's a large gym in one of them. I might put that one out of the way, so players got to go out of their way. Clearly a ton of great thought that went into this.
Be a shame to just leave this lying here.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so then, like, your loot monkeys like Dennis, I'm looking at you. Me too. They got to go out of their way to try to get to that. Love all those little details. I love these flavor rolls. Con checks.
It really kind of can dress it up. Like, you get some additional kind of hazards and things in there.
Yeah, and then
but also additional treats depending on what you roll.
Absolutely. And then I just love the design. Timer set treat. Here are the simple mechanics. You got to deal with acid. You got the stepping stones. You got this long range brute. Like, this is what you're facing, and it's really simple. Get to the other side.
Classic.
Yeah.
Money.
It's a great one. Super fun.
That's a good one. Any final parting thoughts on that one, gents, before we move on to the next one?
I love the green.
Yeah, that's
I'm sorry.
Well,
good.
This is not a graphic design contest. I want to make that very clear. But yeah, like, just really well done. Like, just a tight little encounter. I mean, you can just tell, Kane's been doing this for a long time. So.
Right.
Awesome sauce.
Yeah, it definitely looks like an exciting one.
Yep. And then the other cool thing about him is, he not only did we get the single page, he also did the 2-page spread.
Yeah, he did it both in a spread and a 2-page slide.
All right, that's awesome. All right, next one. Battle Atop Portal Mountain by the Merlitron. He's not just Merlitron to me. He's the Merlitron. Yeah.
The Merlitron.
What were your impressions on this one, Joe? Have you had a chance to look through it?
Yeah, I did kind of. I got through quite a couple of them, but I definitely think this could be fun. Like, I mean, I love the point about, like, you kind of almost have like these standing stones, and all of these like pillars are they're kind of like loaded. I guess a little bit. I mean, you've got people surrounded on them, innocents there. You've got like a chorus of people that are all kind of in a, I don't know, like a mental enslavement.
Yeah,
singing.
Yeah, and they're in a pack in the middle, right?
Yeah, dead in the middle, like, with the ring of stones.
Yeah, high up on a mountain, and then you've got all these like stones around the perimeter of the cliff, right?
Yep.
Yeah, pretty
awesome. There's
awesome.
a ritual happening in here also. The portal itself, it is apparently opening to a Fey realm or another realm to bring an army through. And
Yeah.
you got to disrupt that. You're looking at limited time on this one.
Well, and what's crazy about it, so I will say, like, in terms of design, I think there's a lot going on with this one. So like initially there's a lot to unpack here, but as I read it, I think what's happening is as that portal is threatening to open and the army is threatening to spill out, the target is really high. It starts at an 18, but as you knock down one of these cairn stones or you release a prisoner or both, it can chip away at that target. But it also sends this portal into like this weird kind of state, right?
Yeah, it goes in like a flux where it's jumping through dimensions.
Correct.
And not locked onto the army one yet.
But then there's a threat, which is this Fey Knight who's sort of controlling this whole thing.
All right, Cobweb, the Fey Knight.
Yes, and it's super awesome. And one of his directives is if that portal goes into a state of flux and it gets disrupted, he has to go back to the pack and basically kill one of the innocent singers, like sacrifice them. And then it sends, I think, the target back up and brings this portal back into a more solid state, and the ritual continues.
Back to the army approaching.
Correct. So there's all this like back and forth, I think, but potentially happening. And then he himself is no pushover, right? Like he's got, he's like super tough. He's got 3 actions. He has
two hearts,
plus 5 to all his attacks.
Yep.
Hits below 10 damage are ignored. So you've got to do minimum of 10 to even harm this guy. And
but there's one of the treats on hurting him. There's the vengeful heads in the chorus. There are heads of people he's already slain that PCs can throw. There's D4 plus 1 head for each chorus singer that the knight has killed. So you get more heads.
It's brutal.
They're begging for vengeance. So you can throw these and automatically hit for 1 damage, which ignores that must be 10 damage to hurt him. So it automatically chips 1 damage and it lowers the target number by 1.
Yeah, which I assume would be permanent, But
So that's kind of fun with, his stuff sucks. Like he's going to be killing more innocents, but the innocents are still providing a way to fight back. It's a tasty treat.
Well, it's just crazy. You got to murder these innocents to collect their heads to then chuck them at him. Right? But
you start with D4. So there are already D4 of them to begin with.
But what it does do, which is sort of interesting, is that it forces you can't just hang out at the perimeter. Like it also provides a mechanism to go into the center, right?
Yep.
I mean, that's what I say. There's a lot going on in this one, folks. But it's crazy. I could see running this like it would just be nuts.
Oh yeah.
Which I'm kind of partial to. Like I'm all in for craziness,
Right. I'm okay with a little bit of like gonzo action all happening at once. And this is definitely with the way that you've got these 8 pillars. And at the set, right at the start, one of those pillars gets lost. This is the thing I want to cite out that is actually kind of cool.
Oh yeah, great.
Because it has like the when the party gets there, they see the Fey Knight fighting with 2 other people. The first action is to rush one of the hunters and smash through the 8th pillar, knocking them off the cliff. There's the magical backlash, and then the DC lowers from an 18 to a 17. So right off the bat at the GM's opening, you get to kind of almost like give the players like that bonus treat right off the bat of, hey, look at what happens when these pillars get smashed or some such.
Yep.
So you kind of get like a delivery. So you've got 7 more people hostages up there and 7 pillars.
Oh yeah.
Go
ahead.
What I also appreciate is there are many ways to tackle it, like the Fey Knight's like wrathful thing. I think that's the case where like you can taunt him and then he will like bounce or charge in at one of these pillars. Like I think that's really cool. And then the other thing I really like is some tasty monster AI. I really enjoy that. And then my third big plus has to come from like a dynamic target. I love to see target numbers shifting around based on stuff you do. It's one of my favorites.
Yeah. I mean, you would always have to like in Roll20 make it like one of those rollable tokens because you'd be all over the place dragging tokens, or just put them all there and have a little slider arrow, right?
Right.
You know, because it's going to go up and down over the course of the whole thing. Oh,
Yeah,
and the
it's
other
gonna
thing
move.
is that this thing has a world timer, right? It's like 8 rounds. Like
Yeah.
the portal will open up in 8 rounds.
Yep.
You know, so like you can't just stand around. So you've got all this time pressure. It's easy to knock down a pillar. An easy roll. It only takes a single success.
Yep. They're old.
Yeah.
Crumbled stone cairns.
But man, it's crazy. And then like, depending on what happens, you know, if the timer runs out, if the portal's in a flux state, it floods the whole mountain, and you gotta escape in your boat. Which is an important detail. If,
one of the setup bits, the boat.
Yeah, there's a stone boat. If, however, the timer reaches 0 and the portal's in its complete state, the army rushes in, and it's something like crazy. It's like 40-12 dudes show up or something. I mean, it's something nuts, right?
Yeah. 40-12 enemies march out every round.
Yeah, it's like
until the PCs die, retreat, or surrender.
Hey, that's 4 times ultimate. It's crazy.
Yeah. Every round.
Every round. So man, just really nutty, really zany, really crazy. This would be like, I could see this whole encounter taking a night almost, even though it's only 8 rounds. Like,
you're right.
There'd just be so much zaniness happening in this one, which I'm all in for.
Right.
Xander, you got any final thoughts on this one before we move on?
I think it's super fun. My only problem is I think it would be really hard to keep track of as a DM.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's not if you can pull it off, it's a fantastic little blitz of an encounter.
Yeah. You would have to, this is DM hard mode. Like, you would have to be on this so tight in terms of what's happening at every moment. But if you kind of had this burned into your brain, or had it like, you know, and I think you would, like, you couldn't run this, I think, from the document like cold. I don't think you could run it from your journal. It's gonna slip up too much. But if you had this burned into your brain and you were ready to crank on it, I think it's just gonna be nuts. Yeah, really cool. Yeah. And nuts in a good way. Like super
good nuts.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, really.
Roasted, salted.
Little spice in there.
Little Mr. Goodbar with some. Yeah. And the other thing that I love that Merlitron did is he sent a graphic of what the portal should look like.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know that this is like a VTT asset per se, but it is an awesome graphic to kind of give you a sense of what it should be like. And he also sent a homemade token on this cobweb Fey Knight. Which
look at the chest plate. It's got a little web in it.
Yep.
Yeah, well, I think one of the AI options, right, is this guy gets close and a bunch of spiders spill out, and then they leave cobwebs everywhere. So I'm like, you know, I'm mentally going, oh my god, like now I got to drag little cobwebs into my VTT, like, dude, like when I say like there's a bunch of craziness happening, like this thing would just be crazy. Right. It'd be crazy.
I'm sure there's definitely, you know, there's a couple little like, you know, load lighteners that you could use as a GM.
Yeah,
to get all that stuff swung in.
Yeah, I would probably put some chests up there too, like maybe some healing items and stuff like that in it. Because this one's. Whew,
I somehow feel like
it's
the kind of encounter that Chuck from the Moldy Crew would just like thrive in. I feel like this is made for him.
Right. 1 hit point, running around like a crazy person,
like throwing heads and taunting.
Right. What if? And I can see Chuck being like, "Well, what if I killed some of these innocents? Could I then harvest them for more heads? Like I could, you know, like I'm going to need more heads. You know, I've got a plan."
Right.
No, yes. Crazy. Merlitron, you have shocked us in some amazing ways with this one, my friend. Really, really fun. oh god, that opened crazily and that opened over our screen. Well, that's going to be an edit. All right, moving on to the next one.
Ooh, yeah.
I've got Cavern in the Woods by Ogbang.
Oh, yeah. Good old Og.
Yep. And, man.
Ogulus Rift.
Yeah, he is the Ogulus Rift, yes. So this is the encounter that I got literally like seconds before it ticked over to midnight. He just got in under the wire with this. Crazy. Yep. It's 5 pages. So I got to tell you, like when I first saw this, like I was a little bit like oh,
is this a whole adventure?
Yeah, oh. And honestly, I feel like it could be.
Oh yeah, this could definitely be pulled to length.
Yeah, like this is like a whole night of play, I feel like. Because it kind of starts with this idea that you're in a town, you realize that there's like this dark plague that's happening. Basically you got to go find this wizard named Hanzar. Like, he's rumored to be in a cavern in the woods, and so the players kind of set out, to kind of make their way there.
Right. And there are, just going down to the maps, there are 4 separate locations.
Right.
So
Exactly.
this is more like a complete adventure in a sense.
I think it's a complete adventure, right? And so, I mean, to me, like, each one of these rooms is probably an encounter. I don't know if we ran this, like, if we just ran this like as a one shot, if we would have time to get maybe to all 4 of these rooms necessarily. I don't know that, maybe. Depending on your depending on the time you've allotted. Certainly we don't have that kind of time right now to go through, I think, everything. But in essence, the crux of the encounter is that you get lured to this wizard's lair by this young boy.
Yes.
Okay, but the young boy, he's really an evil imp in disguise. And the whole premise is he's trying to trick you to pull these levers and slide down this chute, into, like, basically, like, one of these 4 rooms, like, into these, like, this, it's almost like this crazy fun factory of horror, almost.
Yeah.
Right? And each one
of these... It's a fungeon.
Yeah,
it's a fun dungeon.
Fungeon. and this is so true, I think, in terms of, like, Ogbang, too. Like, like, it's like, it's over the top in a super fun kind of way.
Yeah.
And so I think for this one, right, like, this would be like a romp. Like, if you wanted to run like a romp one night, this is what, like, this is the one you would run. And here's why: because when the imp reveals itself, I'm gonna assume his name is Torbjorn. When Torbjorn reveals himself, he's gonna say, "Ha! Now you will suffer as I have. Too long have I been indentured to that do-gooder wizard Hanzar. If you want to live, you will help me finish my plague brew by collecting ingredients found in each room. I'll even tell you how to do it using rhymes I made up." And then, like, as you go through, like, there are all these rhymes, right? Like the first one is, "With his armored hide, Velnox has little to fear, except your harsh words that may force a salty tear," right? And so, like, for that first room, like, he kind of taunts you with this rhyme and gives you a clue.
Yep.
So Velnox is like this crocodile. I think you gotta insult Velnox.
Yeah, he's weak against insults, so most certainly.
You gotta tell him he looks ugly and stuff.
Right.
Well, he's a sensitive guy.
Right. He's also, I mean, if you look at his abilities, he's going to insult you back.
Mm-hmm.
Extreme of insults.
Yeah, but he's weak versus insults.
So he's just crying and dissing him back. He's like, "No, you're ugly. Stop it."
Well, I love it because, like, and this is why there's so much whimsy in this, right? Because it's once Velnox is defeated, he will weep constantly, calling the PCs mean, dirty cheaters. "You dirty cheaters! You cheater McCheatersons!" Like,
no fair. I said I was rubber and you were glue.
Yeah, right, exactly. Sticks and stones. Right? So that's what I'm saying. Like, this one is a crazy romp. And basically, I think sort of the whole thing is, like, you would have to collect this thing's tiers in order to, like, proceed and move on to the next room. I don't know how readily apparent that would be to the players in the moment. Because,
well, I mean, you do have to go with hearing what Torbjorn said. With his armored hide, Velnox has little to fear, except your harsh words that may force a salty tear.
Well, listen, I don't disagree, but I can easily see a group of PCs be in that room like, "Screw you, Torbjorn," or whatever your name is. "I'm going to kill your stupid alligator, and then I'm coming for you," right? And, like, salty tears would be damned. Like, it would be, like, we're just going to wreck some stuff. right? Like I could
That's
easily
true.
see, like that maybe kind of skidding sideways a little bit. So, but I think if you were in the mood, I think if you were in
Right.
the mood for one of these sort of like super crazy, like kind of fun, kind of
Right.
nights of play.
Well, hey, we say it all the time. Like there's a moment for that little tribunal. You go in,
Yep.
as a GM, you let all your players know this is going to be a whimsical, zany adventure.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Get
Yeah.
yourself in like the Lewis Carroll kind of, Alice in Wonderland styled headspace,
That's
Yeah.
it. And I think you
or
would,
or Piers Anthony, the Xanth books.
yes, and I think you would almost have to like give that sort of initial instruction or like heads
yeah.
up maybe a little bit, because one of them is like the Rat King's Magical Kingdom. The other room is the Cave of Whispers with a bunch of fire bats and a golem rowboat. Like it's just great. There's a rock paper scissors room, which I'm a little bit of a head scratcher.
I really appreciate the writing here, which is that not only are you playing rock, paper, scissors, but you have to play rock, paper, scissors with a long snake-like appendage. Like that's
Yeah, right.
So you're playing rock, paper, scissors with the what was it, with like the drone from the abyss that the alien sent through the water snake column.
Right. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
it's a slime hand. It's a slime hand. But yeah,
It's
so
totally awesome.
you got to play rock paper scissors, which is hilarious. And then ultimately, I think if you are able to defeat these 4 rooms, like then you have to like break back into the laboratory, and only then can you sort of take on Torbjorn and
Yep.
and try to try to save Hanzar the wizard, who's been like drugged or incapacitated. So
Yep. By
tons
this
of
horrid
craziness. Yeah, tons of craziness. I'm sorry we couldn't go into more detail on all the rooms, like, but he sent these documents or pictures of them in 3 dimension, right?
Yep.
So the isometric views. I'll put,
Isometric. That's what I was trying to think of, like the right word.
yeah,
the isometric.
I'll
view
put
map.
them up. They're super cool. Man, I mean the creativity here is like cranked to an 11. But man, I think
It's a birthday cake with pop rocks.
yeah. This one would be some like it would be a spectacle almost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be a fun one.
Yeah, crazy. All right, man. Any final thoughts on that one before we move on? Craziness,
Carnival music and like electric guitars. That's your music
Yeah.
choices.
right?
It's
Yeah,
the only adventure I've ever seen where you have to make a crocodile cry, play rock, paper, scissors, and collect an entire bucket of bat guano.
yeah, right. I think we need to just end on that note.
It's good times.
Oh man. Okay. All right. This next one is called the Fennelwick Raid. It is an encounter by Sterling Bronze. Most of you guys know Sterling, super good cat. And
Half of my camouflage.
yeah. So Joe, do you wanna kind of describe the key piece of this one?
Yeah, so the key piece of this one, and it's got a lot of those buttons like pushed right up at front. So like that basically you're in a tavern. It's a great place to start. Everybody's hanging out in the Blind Farmer's Inn.
Perfect.
Meanwhile, like this is a great starter. It even says right off the bat, great starting for traditional fantasy. You meet in the tavern. It's already late night, and a bandit raid of this group of orcs, these orc raiders, come in and just start assaulting the town, lighting fires. There's innocents in peril.
I feel
You're
like
outnumbered already. The raiders are going to deal with any kind of noise. So if you start fighting back, they hear the fight, more raiders are going to show up.
I feel like Sterling has I think he's been secretly paying attention to stuff that I say, because this encounter is stuff Alex says. Number 1, I love things that start in a tavern. Number 2, oh, what's gonna happen? Oh, orcs show up.
Yep.
And now,
Innocence in danger.
now they're innocents in peril. I love that. By the way.
Oh yeah.
Right, go ahead, Joe. Didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no worries. No, we're good. We're good. But yeah, and you're outnumbered.
Yeah, perfect.
So I mean, the guys are there, the bandits are there, or the raiders, they're there to basically just load up. They are scavenging the store, like the general store is getting ripped. They're lighting fires, so you've got this constant new fire starting, which is another danger because they're always starting around different parts of the city.
That's what I was going to say, and that's one of the awesome things about like a raid on a town scenario, right? Classic. Like I've kind of run this in the past. Like you start out with some fires. It's really awesome, if the players are kind of trapped by some fire and they got to break out into the street, and then when they get out into the street, then they realize the fire is spreading across the whole town, and there's this time pressure to try to save people and save the town and save the buildings. Like it's a big deal, and it's just great. And then of course, like hampering all of those efforts, you've got the whole orc like contingent to deal with.
Yeah,
like I love it. I love it.
Big time. And he's got. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. My bad.
Oh nope. I just appreciate some of the other like little tasty like GM helpers, which is like the civilians, as well as like other names just to throw in.
Absolutely.
What a great little detail to put in a document.
Well, right, because the players are always going to ask, well, what's his name?
Right. It always comes up.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and then I think, just in terms of like an encounter design or even just sort of writing this up, like here's the overview, here are key elements, here are moments, there are bullets, there are numbered lists. Here are some GM notes, like with different targets. Here are the enemies, the raiders, here's the fire mechanic, here are the civilians, as Xander just pointed out with the names. Then here are all the orc raiders, including the orc leader, who's not a pushover. And then just all these little map locations, and then a nice little conclusion in terms of opportunities. Like this is another sort of like tight little classic,
right? And plus, I mean, if this is a thing, like it says, it's kind of set for starting your game, like session 1. Let's get our campaign going. Depending on how this goes, like you're either going to be talking about, oh, those are the guys that couldn't save us for the rest of the campaign, or you're going to be like, oh no, we're going back, Blind Farmer Inn. That's our hometown. That's our spot. Yeah. Because you rescued everybody, and you're going to have like a good like central point, hub.
Or like, here are the heroes of Fennelwick, right?
Yeah,
like
totally.
like you'd be greeted that way every time you came back. Like if you did these people a good turn,
right.
Like really cool, and that may force some notoriety, and then next thing you know, like you're getting attacked by other orcs or recognized when you go places. The other thing I would say about this is really cool is that Sterling included a map, like a suggested map. I'm not sure how he built this. I think he used one of those terrain generators or map builder programs. Really cool that he provided a suggested map in terms of like locations, in terms of setup. Just
also it does nice. Kind of give you a point of reference, so to speak, also of like what the distances are going to be.
Yep, exactly. Yeah,
like where these fires are. Like, oh crap, it's over there.
Yeah.
Oh man, we got to run all the way across town.
Yeah, exactly.
We're gonna have to split up.
Yeah, so really great. I'll throw the map up. It'll look, looks really cool, and yeah, nicely done. And nice little tight format. I know this isn't a graphic design contest, but in terms of writing this up, it's a nice little design. So, it's what I would expect from Sterling. Like good stuff.
Oh yeah,
like solid.
Yeah, and there's great little bits also about how to use the fires and when to start them. What can be happening, putting them out, all kinds of again, just like those extra little details in there.
Well, yeah, well, and the names of the civilians, right? Like, so back to that, like Xander pointed out, the fact that there are names of civilians, like we've got to save Mistress Lydell. We love her.
Right?
Or
she's the innkeeper. She's going to be somebody that's right there at the start.
Yeah, Pin and Red are in trouble. Like who are they? They're the general store workers. Like all that stuff is there. Like that makes it so impactful, and I always love that as a DM, right? That I don't have to come up with all those names on the spot. Like it kind of gives it to me. So,
right? Mayor's family, the Smith, all of them.
Well, and by the way, here's a hint. By the way, to all you encounter designers, all of the names are in one section. They're not spread out across the whole document. Like, well, first we meet the innkeeper, and then first we meet the baker, and then we meet the they're all right here, like in a tight little chunk, so that as DM, if I'm busy and I'm on the fly and I'm running the game in real time, I just jump to that chunk, grab the name, and I'm right back. Like there's almost no break in immersion.
Totally. Yeah,
So-
you don't have to go fishing.
Yeah, so this is a really usable document too. So
Yeah.
really cool. Good work.
Yeah, it's a fun adventure.
Hmm. Yeah, I would love playing
Or
that adventure.
encounter.
Yeah,
It's-
encounter. I would love playing it.
It's just classic. Like you really can't beat that like meat and potatoes, like good feeling orc fight, you know?
Yeah,
Right?
set a town on fire and go to work.
Bam,
Right?
done.
Like money.
Here's your origin story.
Yep. Go to work. All right. Gentlemen,
Yeah.
on to the next one.
Yeah. The Gates of Uddwold by
Yes.
JDHull. The other half of my camouflage.
The Gates of Uddwold by JDHull. Yeah, what's the setup on this one, Joe?
All right. Well, we're going underground on this one. The heroes are kind of recruited by Dante and these rat folk. Dante is one of the rat folk. He's the badass of the city.
Yeah, he's the leader. Yeah.
Yep. Their city, Uddwold, has been taken over by Draza or Draws. Oh, am I saying that wrong? Yeah, Draws
Draws.
and
Yeah.
his evil wizards.
Evil mages. Yeah.
Yep.
Love it.
Yep. And you're getting asked by Dante and his rat folk warriors, his splinters, to help them lay siege to take back their city.
Mm-hmm. Except this isn't just some simple like smash and grab. Oh no. Because
Oh no.
because Dante, the leader of the rat folk, he has a plan. And his plan
Yes, he does.
his plan is to use these larvae from the insect swarms in the caverns, like in this
Yep.
underground area outside the city, to kind of help lay siege to the city to kind of win it back. Right? So we're going to use these evil scouring insects to get rid of our evil mage problem. Right?
Yep. And the best way to lure them is somebody's got to carry the football. Someone has to carry one of the players has to carry this larva. And behind them comes the wall of death, this swarm of insects.
It's insanity. Like this is
Right?
insanity.
Right? So definitely this is a moment you want to split the party. Like
Yeah.
it's like, all right, you're carrying the larva, so
Wait.
you run that way. We're
Wait.
all gonna go that way.
Wait, who's carrying it? I'm not carrying it. Are you carrying it? Are you carrying it? Like, who's going to carry it? Xander, are you going
Right.
to carry it? I'm not volunteering.
I might volunteer for it. I might do it.
Oh my god, it's crazy. All right, so yeah,
Well,
so somebody has
You
to
may
carry...
as well give it to me. Dwarves are natural sprinters.
Your legs are stumpy. You'll never make it.
Very fast over short distances.
No, you're slow. Yeah, like not good. Like this is not good. So that's the
Oh, it is awesome.
So that's the plan. Literally, like we're throwing the heroes right into this. Like one of you has the larva.
But you're not alone, because Dante and his splinters, this squad of his warriors, are also allies on your side.
Yes. But as you're kind of running in, along with this swarm of death behind you, the evil mages are up in these high positions. Like they're up in
Yes.
these towers, they're on these walls, or they have these stairs to use, or some in the courtyard. And they are just like kind of like blowing these like or throwing these like evil spells or raining down this evil magic on you the whole way,
Yes.
That's insanity. Like
Yep.
it really is insanity. The other thing that I think is pretty cool is that the heroes can also command some of the elite splinter warriors too.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like, no, over there, like and put them in a
Yep.
position and have them, no, attack that guy, like that kind of stuff.
Exactly. On top of that, there's innocent rat folk in peril. So you've got some people to rescue, but there's also a hut where you can go up to kind of unlock and rescue additional splinters. So you can kind of, if you can make it all the way up to that top tier, the way this is set up, you can get additional reinforcements to bolster your own numbers.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
But then you also got people to save.
Yeah, the one thing that I love about this design, it's all contained on one page. There's a cool little map that kind of lays it out. Again, there's a lot going on here. The one thing that I maybe wish had been here in this design is there are no real kind of stats on the bad guys. So that's, maybe true to the DIY spirit, like, come up with these on your own. But at the same time, it's just like, oh, now, I got to do all that lift myself a little bit. So it might have been nice to have just a couple of prompts, like in terms of like difficulty level, like where did you see this? Like, do these evil mages have 1 heart or 2 hearts? Where did the splinters fall? That sort of thing. But that's a very, very
specific spells they might use.
Yeah, that's a minor critique. Outside of that, in terms of mechanics, this is a nuts encounter. And
the design and the room shape also.
Yeah.
Because you've kind of got that main corridor looping through. It's the lowest point because you've got the raised wall coming up one side. It dead ends with the gate on the other end. You've got 2 sets of stairs that go up for the sweeping edge across the top. That's a level up, and then you've got the 3rd level up, kind of in the middle of that.
Yes.
So it's kind of a neat encounter design because it really is like a kill box down in there in the bottom with the mages on that tower right up in the middle and mages up on the other wall.
Well, right. Well, and then I love the fact that if you're holding the football and you got this line of death behind you, you instantly have a choice. Do I go left up the straight wall and maybe towards the innocent rat folk? Do I go right up this like spiral staircase and risk getting caught and then take on the mages there? Do I rush through the courtyard and take out the mages in the courtyard, kind of funneling down? And then do I paint myself into a corner and like get swarmed with instant death? Like
So I was going to say, and which way is the guy holding the larva going? Which, I mean, you guys could pass it off, but whoever's got it, there's a wall of death coming up behind you.
What I love is that it's kind of a reverse of expectations thematically, because you're so used to seeing like Helm's Deep, where you're defending from the forces of evil, but in this one you're reclaiming what was lost. Like, I love that. It's not often you get to besiege a castle, like that's a big.
Well, yeah, and then especially in such a nuts kind of over the top way. And again, I'm here for it.
Yep. Totally. Because this is a one where you can just go around or tunnel through, because this is all underground. So this is some massive cavern, leading into this underground city. And that's kind of cool. You can't just fly over a wall.
It's so cool because, like, instead of like commanding the orcs, like you're leading the orcs in and they'll kill you too, but you're just taking them to the kingdom.
Yeah, right. Like, oh man, like, swarms can go so bad, so fast. And
well, I mean, did I miss that spot on the queen?
Yeah, it's in the timer. So every D4 round, so there is this time breaker. An insect queen enters the fray, looking for the larva. And if you get trampled by her, if she like tramples over you, you're instantly dead.
Right. Same with the swarm. You're just dead.
Yeah, you're just dead. So you want to talk about, like high stakes, like high risk, potentially high reward. This one's nuts.
Oh yeah.
Well, I think nuts. The joy in it is that there are many ways that it can go. Like, this is the plan, and then there are like a million different outcomes of ways you solve it.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead.
It's so great to see that in an encounter, because it's not just like killing 12 dudes and then you win. There's so many endings, which is brilliant.
Right.
Absolutely. And I was just gonna say, true to what I preach all the time, it's like you just create this wild set of events, throw the players in the middle of it, and then watch them go, and then nobody knows. Like, how is this story going to shape itself? Where is this going to end up? We don't know. You could play this encounter. That's what I love about it. You could play it 10 times.
Because these things will change the story every time.
Well, they'll change it. And then the fact that you have all these choices, as Xander points out, like, you could play this thing 10 times and have 10 different outcomes.
Oh, yeah. Easily.
One of those outcomes could be, like, TPK. Like, the potential here is very high, folks.
Right.
Very high.
All it takes is for the guy with the larva to trip.
Yeah. I mean, this is nuts. JDHull, I gotta say, man,
awesome.
like there's craziness in your mind palace, and
yes,
and it's really cool. So super fun. Gates of Uddwold is that's intense. Intense.
Yeah, that one packs a punch.
Yeah, simple page, ton of craziness.
Yeah.
Man, I feel exhausted just talking about that one, you know. On to the next one.
Ooh.
Yeah, this one I might say is probably the best looking of some of the entries that we've received. The work that I think went into this this adventure called Gone Wrong, an altered state adventure by Andrew S5 Photo G.
Yep.
It has like a little cover page, just gorgeous, like with this neon sign Gone Wrong. And it's broken. I love this.
Right.
And then just a simple one-page sort of setup for this encounter, including a map.
Yeah.
So
This one's specific to altered state.
very
Altered
specific.
state encounter.
Yeah, using some of those 2-minute tabletop cyberpunk assets for the map. And basically, like, this encounter is the PCs are like fleeing like one of these like megacorp's headquarters. They've got the mainframe, so we're back to the football, right? So they've got the mainframe, and these 6 corporate goons, these Shinro commandos, straight from the Altered State document, are in pursuit. The megacorp building is behind them. They've got ruins, kind of cyberpunk landscape around them. You know, so again, like civilization in decay, kind of you know, like Star Wars kind of vibes, right? High walls and electric fence block their escape. And, you know, they hear the sounds of wings and a roar of echo in the night. So, Timer, the Quilong Hui, which are the, I think that is like this enormous, like, mecha dragon.
Yeah, it's the CEO of Wen Quan Voland.
Yes. So, similar to, like, you know, when I ran Father, right, he was like this big swarmanoid. Like, this thing is the CEO, but his consciousness is in a giant mech dragon. Andrew, I gotta tell you, I love it. I love it. I love a dude wearing a mech dragon skin. Like, that's his...
Right? Load your stack right there. I mean...
I would load my stack in a mech dragon right now. Like,
I want to be that dude.
Yeah, right?
Right.
This thing has 10 hearts. It's +8 to all rolls. Every D4 rounds, this thing comes in and attacks.
Mm-hmm.
It does 3 actions per round. It's got a wing blast. It's got a claw swip. It's got a metallic bite. It's got an EM pulse, which is just evil in Cyberpunk because it'll fry everything for 1d4 rounds. It's got a flame breath. It's cone of flame. Ultimate up to 4. Like, it's almost the whole map. It's just...
I mean,
well, it's a dragon fight.
Yeah, I mean, this thing is Cyberpunk Durathrax.
Yeah. I mean, it is
Cyberthrax.
Yeah, this is this thing is almost an environmental hazard. It's so like over the top. Obviously, you got to deal with corporate goons. The treat is you got cover and loot, and basically, I think this thing is you just got to get away.
Yeah, you just got to make the subway.
You just got to make the subway or the car.
Provided on the map setup. Yeah, it's exactly the car, the subway. Yeah. Although I think in the car, I'm the kind of GM that, I mean, you just grabbed a mainframe from my headquarters. I'm Quinn Long right now, and I'm chasing you in your freaking car.
Oh, absolutely.
The subway? Oh, I'm coming down there too. What's a sidewalk? I'm a whole megacorp. I can rebuild a sidewalk. That's pocket change. Yeah. I'm dragon mech down the freaking subway tunnel. Oh, now we're having a subway fight.
Yeah, you think you're safe in in the bullet train? Heck no, bro. Like the concrete's gonna get ripped up and your whole car is getting snatched up into the air, right? Like,
oh yeah. It's like what was that first Avengers when Black Widow was running away from Hulk on the airship. She's rushing through and like boom, smashing up through the ground, coming in through the top.
Yep.
Quinn Long's getting in there.
Exactly. And I love that that stuff that we just like did is not specified, but what he's created here instantly took us there.
Right.
Yeah. It wasn't a hard leap to be like, no, like this has got to turn into like if they get away, like this is chase, like it's still on.
Yeah.
And I think maybe, because Andrew left it this way, that you just got to find a way to kill this thing.
Oh yeah. Well, if able, flees at 2 hearts.
Yeah.
True. Well, take it down enough where it bolts.
Right? Just 80 damage.
Yeah, but you get the
Any
sense
more than Maul rockets.
Yeah, I mean, you just get the sense that this thing is just relentless. Like you've stolen the mainframe. Like this has to be like literally like the most important thing to this company.
Oh.
This guy will not stop.
And you've got commandos in pursuit.
Mm-hmm.
You've got all these corporate goons and King Long every 4 rounds.
Yes, but you know what?
Dropping 3 attacks.
If you take one of those dudes out, right, like that might be a good opportunity to loot their corpses for loot. Like I think I would allow players to roll, right?
Yep.
You know, maybe you get lucky and get a Maul rocket. That might help you a little. But yeah, really, really cool. And I mean, and that's all there is to it, folks.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I mean, right off the bat, I mean, just from the map, you've got to get out of that courtyard to even make the street. You've got this wall and the electrified fence.
Oh my god! And the target,
you've got to get out of like that box that you're just like a target in.
Yeah,
first
the target's 15. Yeah. So you know your attempts to scramble up over are going to be hard. Like this thing, like I'm telling you, like man, we asked for people to wow us. Like people brought the big guns. Like this one is over the top. But in all the best ways, and I love the simplicity of the design. It's just like here it is.
Oh yeah, like it's just get over this electric fence, and also there's a giant mecha dragon. Like there's the danger, there's the challenge. Get the heck out of there.
Yeah. Good luck, fools. Good
There's a subway entrance and some loot just outside the wall. Have fun. Cyberthrax, King Long shows up in 4 rounds. That is a great timer. You guys got lucky.
Brilliant description too. It's just like enormous mecha dragon.
Yeah,
that's it. That's all you need.
I don't gotta say anymore. Love it. Moving on.
Badass.
Yeah.
Gone wrong, more like gone right.
Yeah. And now we move on to the gravity of the situation. This is by Tim Bywater, aka Tilmah.
Yep, Tilmah.
Hope I'm pronouncing that right.
Yeah, as far as I know, Tilmah. Yep. Good eye to our Australian friends. Gravity of the situation. I love a good pun.
Yes, and this one is dope because we are now we went from fantasy to altered state, cyberpunk, and now we're in warp shell. Love it.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So this one, you have just breached the hull of a large enemy spaceship. On your way to your designated target, you enter the room containing the artificial gravity machine. I love that.
Ooh, that's scenario 1, the offensive. This gives options to run it 2 different ways.
Yeah, thanks, Joe.
Neat.
Right. The other scenario, defensive. Your spaceship has been boarded, and you are the only crew not captured or dead. On your way to retaking the bridge, you enter the room containing the artificial gravity machine.
Yes, thank you, Joe. And what's cool about this, so he provided a map of this room. And what's cool about this design, right? And I think he drew this himself, which is it's epic. What's cool about this design is this is almost 2 encounters in one, depending on how you're going to run it. Do you want it to be offensive, like you're boarding another ship, or do you want it to be defensive, you've been boarded? Yeah,
it's either your ship or the ship you're attacking.
Yes, like this
and it's a cool way that it gives you that option right up front of how is it going to be.
This is what I wish Hull Breach had been, honestly. All right, so this is awesome. So you're in. Once you get in, there's a panicked foe who's a gunner. Works in either scenario. He throws a grenade. It damages the machinery. The door locks engage. Like, so this whole thing is a trap. Like, you're trapped in this room. It's awesome that he provided a map.
Yep.
And here we go. Like, crazy.
Now things get a little bit crazy.
Yeah, every 1d4 rounds, random effect.
Yep.
From this, I think it's like the gravity thing, right?
Yeah, there's a table in the next thing, the malfunction effect.
Yeah. So 1 is the best thing, nothing.
Yep.
It could be like all of a sudden the gravity is light. You get like all your far move, like you can make all far moves plus an action. You can be weightless. You got to make a dex check in order to,
Right.
like,
Try and grab something to help you move.
Yeah, right. To try to twist and contort in the air, like
And we're getting into the fun ones here.
Yep.
The next one, push.
Treat walls as ground. Like
right.
That.
And based on the map, like all of a sudden you've got a side scroller, but your side scroller is all around the outside edge, like perimeter.
Craziness. Pull, strength check, or hurdle towards the center, so everybody's constantly getting sucked towards the middle.
Yep.
Crazy dope. Heavy, you can only make close moves. Like, oh my god, like you'd be inching around that map.
Yeah.
7 is magnetic, like all metal flies to the floor and then it's stuck.
Right.
And then 8 is like the worst one. It's like ×2 successive effects. Honestly, that malfunction table, I think I probably would have written it in reverse, to make 1 sort of a bad thing, but
right, make 1 the worst.
Yeah, make 1 the worst. But hey,
that is a lot of our table preference, where the high number is always better for you.
That's what you're saying. It's just going to depend on your preference, whether high or low. But I got to tell you, that design is dope, and I love it. Love it.
The changing environment based on that is just wild.
Well, and you can just tell, like, that's really the heart of this, the crux of this, right?
Oh yeah.
I love that there are only 8 options. They're super simple to implement. Can you imagine some of that doubled effect, right? Like you're both pushed and pulled.
Right?
Right.
Oh man.
Like that
hit the wall, hit the machine.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, right. Or maybe they cancel each other in this weird thing. Like you're just in this like stasis in the middle with these caught between these opposing forces. You gotta strength or dex your way out or something crazy. So those are the threats. Obviously, the effects of the
that's just the machine.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
There are other threats. There's still foes.
Right. So whether you're being boarded or you're boarding, right? Depending on whatever this huge environmental issue is, every 4 rounds or 1d4 rounds, right? Could be every 1 round if you're rolling 1s.
Right.
You've got all these foes.
Yeah.
To deal with. And there are 3 foe types.
Yep.
According to this. So
we've got champions, we've got gunner, which the very first guy we see is a gunner.
Yep.
But there's also a champion, and there are the engineer.
Correct.
We're also there. And it looks like, because they are listed on the map, he uses symbols there. Looks like there's 2 champions, 2 gunners, and just the 1 engineer.
Well, and I love in terms of the design.
I'm sorry, there are 3 engineers.
Yeah, I love in terms of the design that the foes
or gunners.
The foes each have special abilities.
Yeah.
So like the champion has a sword, shield, and shield bash. The gunner has a gun, a quick action, and a grenade. The engineer has a machinist tag, an ability, a medigun, and a mount where he can walk on walls. Like I love that each one of those have those. And of course, like they're gonna hamper your abilities.
Right. Well, the engineer also, he's trying to take control of the machine.
Yes.
So he's over there working against that to fix it.
Well, may or may not fix it. Because I suspect if the effect is hampering the PCs and it's working to the enemy's benefit, he's just going to let it go.
Turn that up, right?
Right. Yep. That's awesome. Treat successful int roll at the gravity machine. You can control it, I think, or allow you to pause the thing.
Right.
It I think will go down once it suffered 3 to 4 hearts of damage. There is a hidden crawlway in this map, which is awesome. And there are several random loot points available using the sci-fi loot table or the epic loot table. I would probably use both. I think that's a great suggestion.
Right.
And then I love the fact that Tilmah included these standees. So if you were to play this as a table,
print and play.
He's got print and play paper minis for this.
It's the exact number of what's loaded up in the or that he's got loaded up on the map.
Yeah.
So you could print this out and run it, run it at your local game or local game store or whatever.
Absolutely. Blow that map up real big or, print it out. Like I would love for that space to be large. right? So I would probably print it as in 4 quadrants and paste it together and make a really big map for people to bounce around. Super dynamic, super cool. I love sci-fi. Can't lie.
Yeah, I will say, it's a good thing I don't get a vote because I am so partial to sci-fi. I am so partial. But one thing I invite you to think about is that that you haven't really touched on is that this is a great room to plug into any sort of adventure you're running in Warp Shell. This could fit in your long-standing campaign or just as one room in an adventure. It's not the final battle. It's just the artificial gravity room.
Right. It's just the one space.
Right.
Yeah.
You put this in any ship and it's going to be just a great room for the night.
How insane would it be? You're running Warp Shell and you make one of the long hallways this.
Right.
So there's like those long, like 3 separate kind of like room spaces, doors at either end.
Like you could totally plug this straight into Flight of the Red Sword and it would be so cool.
Oh, it would be zany and nuts,
dude.
but you're exactly right.
Like that.
Even a quick skin, this could be a magical, it could be a magical, like, runic stone or something that's causing the same effects in a
fantasy.
Fantasy, like a mage's tower.
Yeah, right. Like, to me, that is the huge benefit of this, is that it is really easy to just drag and drop into whatever you're playing.
Yeah. Both in terms of
great room,
the design and how it's written. It's super cool.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Yep. And the changing environment because of that machine is awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I give it 3 dice. So I don't know what that means, but
right.
Yeah.
But super awesome, great design. This one ticks all the boxes for me.
Right. And after seeing it, you truly understand the gravity of the situation. He made the pun, not me.
No, Joe, no.
Edit that out.
All right, gravity situation. Love it. I love it. So the next one up, we have the Guardian Gate by Chris, aka EvilArtifact.
Yeah.
And what's cool about this one, right, guys, is that the Guardian Gate is like, it is what it says. It is this big gate. It's like a 60-foot tall portal. Like, if you can imagine it, but it's a sentient portal. Like, it moves around. It has a little bit of a consciousness, although I think, like, it's gone, like, half crazy over the eons, right? Like, I think the encounter describes it, its masters are long gone, so now it just, it's kind of crazy and wanders around.
Yeah. And this is also, I do want to point out, this is deep in the earth.
Yes. So the players are in a cavern with this thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. And it, one of the things that it can do, right, is it could like sort of crowd them into an area, like because it moves.
Oh yeah.
Every so often.
It's big.
It's big. Yep. So I think, Joe, you were saying what's really cool about this encounter in particular is that it has a rhythm to it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Right. Like
anything with a rhythm, like, I mean, we all know, like, you can show it off to your players and like your players will feel that rhythm and see what's going on and kind of start planning and designing accordingly. Like, I mean, it's a great tool to use. And this one is built on that rhythm.
And every time I think rhythm, I think John Mulaney, like, like you got to throw him off his rhythm.
Right.
But there is this rhythm to it. So
yeah.
Like, and basically the encounter divides it into odd and even rounds in terms of the gate's behavior. Yep. So on odd rounds,
right.
It
starting
does,
round one,
like it shakes the cavern, and 1d4 plus 1 boulders like drop into these like random spaces all across the board.
Yep.
Right, which I think is
we
awesome.
should point out your goal in this is to get past the gate.
Yes.
You are not going to kill this thing.
Yeah, right. There's no killing it. I think, I would telegraph that pretty early on. Like, the document says it has 300 hit points. I might not even go there. Like, I might even make it nigh indestructible. And so,
might not even put hit points.
Right.
You could wreck the legs and stuff, but you're not wrecking this thing.
Right. Like, you try to hurt it and, like your laser beams or bullets bounce off, right?
Right.
Or maybe, I mean, we're dealing with spider bots here. I assume this is maybe sci-fi, but heck, I mean, this could be
right
fantasy too.
Yeah, easily. I mean, it's an ancient thing. I think it even points out down there. Yeah, it's an ancient research facility staffed by automated constructs and mysterious machine men.
That's what I was going to say. It could be a construct. What are you going to say, Xander?
I just love the little blurb. Like anything that's described as a semi-sentient construct immediately like grips me. Like oh, this thing, it's alive.
Yeah, right.
Like,
so is it like steampunk gears, or is it like some alien technology you don't understand?
Yeah.
In any event, the first round, it drops these boulders and then it spawns 3d4, folks. Spider bot sentries like scurry out, after you, which is terrifying.
Yes,
that's on the auto.
Love it. Right, round one.
Round one, and then on the next round, it fires this laser field.
Yes,
like
it targets everything out there. Straight lines.
Yep. Right. If you're hidden behind a boulder, you don't take any damage, but the boulders are destroyed. Right, and it is ultimate plus D8 to everything, including the spider bots.
Yep.
So it's like it wipes the field, and that might include the PCs. I will say that is like terrifying, right? Because ultimate plus D8, like if they weren't taking cover, like I could see a group like TPKing in the first round.
Oh yeah, easily. I mean, you could easily roll those dice and get max, and all of a sudden, oh, there's 2 hearts of damage to everybody.
Yeah. Exactly.
Roll for dying and roll to pop.
Like just that fat. Like it could happen just that fast. So I'd be a little bit cognizant about that running the thing. But as you point out, this awesome rhythm to this encounter, this ebb and flow, because then the next round, after the field is cleared, it spawns those rocks and the spider bots again. And then the next round, the laser and so on, and it keeps doing. You gotta throw it off its rhythm. Like you keep having the rhythm.
Well, you could use that rhythm to your advantage. As a player, seeing that, you can go, and then the way the thing moves, it does kind of move on a grid. I mean, you've got all these pieces together, like, okay, well, it's rhythm. It's stepping forward this round. We all need to run that way.
Yeah.
Northeast corner, everybody, haul ass, stay behind the boulders.
Exactly.
The lasers are coming.
Exactly. Yep. And to your point, Joe, you just got to get past the thing.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely wouldn't want to try and fight. And I mean, there's no way to defeat this semi-sentient construct, half mad in the Eon's log absence of its masters. You're not fighting that.
Yeah. And I love it. Like it's, you kind of come up to it and it's got this little blue light and you're like, oh, look at this little gate and this little blue light. But then the red light turns on with the red eye,
right.
And then it regards you.
Monsters versus aliens.
Yeah.
You just tried playing the Axel Foley jam and it went evil and it's gonna kill your president.
Right. And then it's like, it lambasts you in this language you don't understand, and the whole cavern booms, and then there you go, and then you're off. And then you just got to deal with this terrifying thing. I love that Chris included these assets for this. Really cool. So if you're going to run this on a VTT, they're already there.
Yeah, you got the spider bots. You've got the docile and hostile thing. You've got the legs to attach to it because it's got 6 legs it's moving around on.
Yeah. So one strategy could be to try to destroy the legs and maybe disable its movement. That would be one, but you're never going to completely destroy this thing. The chassis is just insane. It also is not helpless. It has attacks. The spider bot sentries have attacks. I think they do this thing where they can stun you, so they can freeze you in place.
If they gang up on you, they can stun you.
Yeah, so that leaves you helpless to that sweeping laser attack that clears the field.
Yep.
It's super simple. Again, really, really dope. I love the push-pull kind of dynamic of this thing. Really fun. This is a simple, easy to run, easy to grasp, super fun encounter.
Yeah. Easily skinnable, multiple settings.
Yeah.
It can be fantasy. I mean, hell, you could put this in your cyberpunk game. They're down in the subterranean, the old tunnels and such, and stumble across this thing.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, it's just another one that's perfect for dragging and dropping.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's totally contained. You can plug it in wherever. Yeah, it's great.
next room is this.
And that rhythm.
Well, yeah, well, and like that was my point. Like Chris says, hey, you know, this was inspired by the sort of that rhythmic nature of World of Warcraft raid bosses that sometimes have these dynamic elements that you have to respond to. So I love that this really does capture sort of that dynamic back and forth. So really great.
Yep.
Really great. I dig it. I give it at least 3 eyelashes, and you know, so like there they all are. So off we go. All right, Garden Gate, super dope. What do we got next? Oh, we have Jesse-Mania.
Mania.
Yeah, so this is Jesse-Mania Runs Wild, by Drew
Tornadofyr.
Yeah, aka Tornadofyr. What I love about this when I first saw it, I know Tornadofyr is the wrestling guy. Like, he's super into wrestling. At least I think it's a he. Hope I got his pronouns right. Drew is super into wrestling. Really, really cool. But what I got those Borderlands, like Mad Moxie, like Thunderdome kind of vibes. Like, you go in and you've got to fight the champion with this whole crowd. In fact, I would probably run this with some of those Borderland assets, you know.
It gives me like the flat out vibes, like your first big mission. In Borderlands 1, you're going through like the whole area around there, but then you have to go in and have that one straight up arena fight with what is it, like 3 toes or something like that? I don't remember, 9 toes. I don't remember, like that, something like that. Yeah,
9 toes.
Yep. And he has 3 balls. Remember the little pop up on the bottom under there?
And 3 balls. Yep. So
it gives me those vibes, like big time.
Totally, like one of those, like, you know, adrenaline, homicidal, like kind of encounters. And what's cool is, like, you're in this pit. This, like, Jesse is the champion. You know, like, Jesse's the champion. The crowd is on his side. You're definitely like the fodder, sitting there to sort of face him. Like, Jesse's girl is over there. She's on his side too. You know, like, you know.
Now the song is in my head.
And they're all chanting his name, Jesse, Jesse.
Right. Ooh, they're also chanting, Jesse's gonna kill you.
Yeah, right. Exactly. And what's cool about this one is this encounter was written for The Waste Is Not Kind, by JDHull, aka Epic Sloth Games. But truthfully, this is the sort of encounter you could run, you know, really in any system.
Totally.
Easy D6, VDS, ICRPG, or, you know, kind of using some of those tweaks from Waste Is Not Kind with the adrenaline mechanics and the madness mechanics, like sort of these bolt-ons to JDHull sort of take on Grit or Surge.
Yep.
So you could totally do that. That does provide sort of like this dichotomy as the crowd sort of shifts on a timer.
Yeah, that's one thing I wanted to point out. The crowd dynamic is pretty cool.
Yeah, pretty cool. So the crowd is either for Jesse, or you could potentially sway it and have it for the heroes. And that creates potentially some momentum for either side, either for Jesse, like his roles can get a bonus, or the heroes can get a bonus, like depending on how that goes. But really, in terms of this encounter, it's very basic. You've got the crowd, you can kind of sway the crowd, that kind of determines some of the ups and downs. But truthfully, it's just Jesse. He's a monster. You got to try to find a way to beat this guy. He's got 2 hearts. He's +6 to all of his attempts. And he, you know, he has these like huge attacks. Like, he's got brawling attacks. He can kind of single a player out and make him make a madness check, which could take him out of the game. He's got the champ is here, so he can gain like grit and then use that to kind of heal or absorb damage. Really awesome, you know, and again, super dynamic, super simple, super easy to run.
On top of that, the whole arena is, I mean, no holds barred, everything goes. And it's one of the tags there, no holds barred. The whole thing is full of weapons. They're just everywhere.
Yes.
Any hero can just pick up, grab a weapon. It's got a quick little roll of D6 to find out what you grabbed.
Yep.
And there are just some gnarly stuff there. You know, kendo sticks, steel chair, sledgehammer. So you kind of have like some of these fun little throwbacks. Hit him with the chair. Hit him with the chair. Steel chair. Bing.
Yep.
I mean, And that's a cool bit. You get to add your strength to your weapon effort on top of everything with the chair.
Exactly.
Like, I mean, there's just cool stuff in there.
Yeah, or one of them is a sledgehammer. Yep, go ahead.
Yeah. what I really love is the way that the crowd is like an environmental threat, and it plays to both sides.
Yeah.
Like
threat and treat.
Right. It's kind of this great like overshadowing like thematic, like it can either be your savior or your, demon,
Right. Well, there is a built-in thing on there that the crowd is fickle. Every 4 rounds, they'll turn on Jesse and remove his bonus to attempts.
Yeah.
So that +6 to attempts kind of disappears for a round.
Yeah, right. So
but you can also play to the crowd with charisma rolls, or let them RP it to sway the crowd to your side. And if you succeed, you reduce the adrenaline by basic effort or his adrenaline.
Yeah,
Jesse's fueling and building this stuff up.
How fun is the DM too, right? When they turn on him, we're just like, boo, kill him already. Like, you loser. That kind of stuff. I will say that part, though, to really make this successful, like, you really have to be in it. Like, you really would have to bring the energy as a DM and kind of keep that up over the entirety of the session, right? I think if you let that dip and you let this become sort of more mundane, it's just roll after roll, then I think that this one could maybe lose some of its luster. So I think you have to be a little bit careful running this one. But, man, I love a pit fight, like...
Oh, yeah. And this is a pit fight.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. As I said, it instantly took me back to Borderlands, like literally one of my favorite franchises ever.
Whoop, whoop.
Yep. So like Mad Moxie's, like Murder Mayhem Bowl or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, perfect. Money. It's money.
Right, yeah, it's a great one.
Yep.
Jesse-Mania!
Mania. Let's hit Joe.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Sunday. All right.
Sunday.
Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Any other final thoughts on that one before we move on?
I don't think so. That's
all right.
a great game.
Yeah, and I love seeing people trot out the waste is not kind. Awesome.
Jesse, the champ. That's all I got to add.
That's you, Joe. You're the champ. All right.
Chimp.
Chump. Yeah, I'm the chump. Xander's just the chip.
I'm just a
All right, moving on to the next one. We've got I'm gonna have so much fun with this. We've got Crarax Keep.
Crarax Keep.
Kark.
Crawdad.
Cracks Keep. So I'm going to call it Cracks Keep by HouseDM. Really, really cool.
And this one's for Viking Death Squad.
Yeah, a.k.a. Jake. He's kind of a big deal, by the way. You should check him out on his channel. Super honored he'd enter. But Crarax Keep. K-R-A-R-K. Now, if you can pronounce it better than I can, good
Kark.
on you. But because I'm probably butchering this, but it's Cracks Keep. Cracks Keep. All right. So this one is set in Viking Death Squad. I love this because basically it takes place like on this like desolate, this desolate valley where these like hopeless things called the Slain like wander. Like, this is a desolate place, like, metal barricades, like, it's tortured by the weather, like, all these mindless dead, and you've tracked these reavers here that you need to take out, and this guy...
Quarry.
Excuse me, your quarry.
Yep.
The guy who took your stuff, right?
And that bastard Kark.
Well, that is the guy who took your stuff. Crack. He took your stuff, and you're... beyond just mispronouncing his name, you're mad about it. Right? So you've tracked him to this location, and really this is like to his keep. Cracks Keep. Quark's Keep. Quark. He's going to be called Quark. You tracked him to Quark's Keep. God.
He only took your stuff because there's a profit in it.
He took my stuff because I can't say his name. But I get it. I understand why he's mad. So he took your stuff. You tracked him to his keep. He's like in this grungy, abandoned warehouse in the middle of literally this desolate place, surrounded by undead. And basically, you burst in, and I love this description. This is like awesome. A large black machine-like coffin emanating a strong scent of burnt diesel rests against a north wall. It's crazy. And here's this guy, along with 7 marauders that he commands. He draws his iron blaster and fires. These marauders have gravity hammers, iron swords, and blaster rifles. There are some awesome loot crates here. And what's great about it is this is, dude, we tracked you here. You've got our stuff. Time for you to die.
And there's extras because there's those loot cases and your stolen gear. So all the stuff he took from you is there. Plus you get bonus loot.
Well, and more importantly, there's a bonus immortal in this room. He's in that stasis pod, that coffin-like stasis pod. You could potentially free that guy.
Oh, yeah.
Super dope.
Huge treat because only 10.
Yes, and then what's great about this encounter is you kill the marauders. Like, you've been fighting crack. You've been fighting crack. You've done crack. And you've beaten crack.
And a ton of the slain.
You've recovered from crack.
Ragnarok.
Ragnarok. It's happened. And the best part about this is, after you kill him once, his eyes turn red, and he reanimates because he's possessed by this demon.
Fools, the lot of you, for I have not attained my final form.
Exactly.
I love that moment. Yep. Just a big, oh, you thought he only had 1 health bar? Prepare.
Yeah, right. You better plug in a second controller, fool, because it's about to get gnarly up in here. Yes. So I love that moment from an encounter standpoint. I love how simple this is. Like, track this guy, try to kill him. You kill him once, he mutates into this, awesome form. And
possessed monstrosity.
Yes. And then there are 2 more things going on. So the first one, as Joe pointed out, is this whole time, every so many rounds, every D4 rounds, 2 slain arrive.
Ooh.
And then you roll a D4 again, and then 4 arrive. And then you roll a D4 again, and 8 arrive.
Take your basic doubling cube and just follow that.
Oh, man. And it
gets madness real quick.
Yeah, all these slain, these wandering souls that keep wandering in. And they're gnarly too. They're not pushovers, so you got to deal with all that wandering in from the desert.
But I do want to point out, it starts on the second round of combat. Is when the timer for the first 2.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you down him in 2 rounds, and then face his final form. You only got to deal with maybe a couple slain, but if you tarry, it gets ugly. Yeah. And then the other cool thing that happens is, as you pointed out, Joe, this guy has his soul armor.
Oh, God. And that blade, the soul drinker.
The soul drinker. And in his final form, if he kills somebody, he gets 1 more hit added to his soul armor.
Oh, he gets 1 more piece of armor.
1 more piece. Yeah.
More hits.
Well, right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Thank you.
This is beast mode.
Yeah, beast mode. So, don't let him kill anything. Those souls that wander in, right?
Right, the slain.
The slain, they're fodder for him to potentially, boost his armor. And they're blood crazed. That's how they're described. So they're seeking out these living flesh people and trying to kill them. So this big battle is going down in Crack's Keep. And I also love that HouseDM included a little map. It's super simple. It's really cool. It gives you all you need to kind of just sort of frame this encounter.
Oh, yeah. You got some great spaces on there. I mean, and from the description, this is a warehouse, so a lot of these are probably piles of just junk or whatever they could use to build those columns. But you've got great areas to break sight lines, get some cover, potentially rummage through this junk to scrap repair armor or some such. Because this is going to be a battle.
Yeah, it's going to be a battle, and that's what I love. 2 men enter or whatever, 2 people enter, only 1 lead, that kind of, it's show up, take this guy out, deal with this guy, and move on. So,
and there's some cool stuff that you've got in there. I mean, just Kark alone, defeating him. I mean, he's going to have people making guts rolls. He could terrorize folks. But there's this tasty little piece, this bone chalk. When he's down to just one soul armor, Kark is going to try to escape. And there's a 2 in 6 chance that a salvageable piece of this bone chalk. I just love this item because like it takes like this the very interesting setting of VDS, which is very much kind of an apocalyptic situation. It gives you this little tasty piece of magic, this bone chalk. You can just spend a hit to draw a door on something and escape.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, this guy he's got 4 speed in the one form. He's got 5 speed in his next form, which is just ridiculous. So, again, written for VDS, this one's going to be really, really tough. But
yeah, go in with a squad of immortals because this looks like a potential immortal rescue right here.
Yeah, really cool. But you can run it again in almost any system. You can run it in 5e. You can run it in ICRPG, like whatever your fancy is. This one holds up. It holds up, and it's so good.
And again, I think this is another one of those encounters where just like there are so many ways it can play out. It's not cut and dry at all.
Yeah.
There is extra things happening there that you could really play with.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly. So, yeah, I mean, this might be TPK. You might be overrun by the slain.
Yeah.
You know, you might
just get killed by Kark the Possessed, and now he's taking the rest of your stuff.
Yeah, I mean, seriously.
He took it all.
Yeah,
damn you, Kark.
Right. Crack. Yeah. And
he drank your soul and turned you into a piece of armor.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the ending we all hope for, really.
Yeah, and now your stuff is just, more decoration in his warehouse. So for the next PC, or he escapes and he becomes a thorn in your side.
Oh yeah.
Again, this also has a very Borderlands kind of feel to it.
Yeah,
definitely.
Like this is, like go kill 9 toes, right? Like here it is. Yep.
Heck yeah.
All right.
That's awesome.
Well, that was another good one. Great entry, HouseDM. Let's move on to Lair of the Acid Mages by Steven, aka Kazoo.
Oh, Kazoo?
Yep. And what's cool about this is this one requires some setup. I wish maybe we gotten a little bit of a map instead of just a description, so we kind of had a sense of what was happening in the space. But
right.
In terms
he does do a pretty all right job, letting us know what this sanctum or what this area looks like.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, but again, in terms of like design, right? So I'm a busy DM. Like, give me an image that I can instantly snap into, right?
Right.
Like I can short circuit like all these sentences if I just had something to look at real quick. But the room setup, he does a good job laying it out. You're right.
Yep.
So we've got like a giant room in the center of it. Somewhere is a giant pool of acid 10 feet deep. So we're back to acid. What I love about this is that the bottom of the pool is your prize.
Yeah, that's the key you need to get where you're going.
Yep. So this is, this is Maniac Mansion, right? Where the key to the lab is at the bottom of the radiated pool, or it's, this is this is Vox Machina, where what you need to get out is at the bottom of the acid pool.
Yep.
Right. So that's a big deal.
That's great. It's a great one.
Yep. All around the pool are like these walkways, east to west. There's a channel with like little tiny narrow bridges over the acid gap.
Which is it's a long, broad river of acid.
Yep. But it all collects here in the center. But in each of the 4 corners of this room, there are sort of these spawning chambers, these animating pods. In essence, these acolytes, like this has some, prisoners of Moloch, like Moloch kind of machinations kind of vibes here, where the acolytes are
machines of Moloch.
Yeah, using the acid pools to animate green slime into these slime servants and slime soldiers. Right?
Whoa. Slime soldiers. You think they're past playing rock, paper, scissors?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know if that's a viable tactic here in this type of encounter, but you're going to have those spawning. You're going to have to deal with that. They're on a timer every 1d4 rounds. You're going to have to deal with, I think it's 1 per pod. So there are 4 coming in from each of the 4 corners.
1 per pod plus 1d4.
Oh, yeah. Plus 1d4 every 1d4 rounds. So that's nuts. Good thing the target is only 12.
Mm-hmm.
Threats.
Which is great.
Yep.
It's still going to be a tough romp.
Yep, those are the threats. You've got this acid environment. You've got the acolytes. You've got slime soldiers. You do have a treat here, though. You've got like this anti-acid wax pump that you can like spray this anti-acid wax. The pods can be disabled if you damage them. You know, they're like basically a heart of effort, I think.
Yep. So you can start knocking down the number of spawn coming in, or these slime soldiers.
Exactly. So basically, as the players enter the room, you got to deal with these 3 acolytes initially. They're birthing these slimes. They rush the anti-acid wax. Okay, there's 2 of those like spigots, right? Each turn they coat one of the acolytes in anti-acid wax. Once they're coated, they join the fight, so they're not going to take acid damage. But the players can. However, the players can get control of the anti-acid wax, so that's pretty cool. I love this idea that it's wax. Like, that's super cool.
Yeah.
You got to make dex checks potentially to jump over certain sections. They're hard if you're covered in wax. I love that. So it helps you, but it also hurts you.
Right. And the bonus, this anti-acid wax, it's a little less risky to actually fall into the acid because you've got this protective coating. But even I would have that, start eating away. Like, you're not going to be able to spend all your time just swimming through the water. I would have the wax slowly, like, you need to reapply it because in D4 rounds, it just ain't going to work no more.
Yep. And then you've got these awesome slime soldiers. They're great because they can reappear anywhere out of any pool of acid on the next turn. So they basically are teleporting around, coming up behind you. If they hit you, they do basic damage. But it can still, it can like damage your wax coating if you have the wax, or it can go ahead and cause damage. They can do like this acid rush. They can form an acid puddle when they're killed, which I think then could become a spawn point for more of these dudes. Like, it's super cool.
Right.
Again, this is one of those with a lot going on, but I love it. Like, I think anytime you set up a dangerous encounter in acid, like, it's money.
Right. There's a note here that the wax melts when exposed to flame or heat, which just so happens that some of the threats from the bad guys are these firebolt wands and such.
Exactly. Yeah.
So they're throwing fire at you. They're going to be melting your wax off. That's great. That's great.
Yeah. Brilliant touch. So the acolytes aren't just going to let you run around.
Heroes can recover these too, so you can blast them and they can take some acid damage. That's cool stuff.
I mean, really, what's great about this encounter, right? Like, this is a dogfight. Like, this is a dogfight, and the bone is at the bottom of the acid bowl in the middle. And it's just like, who comes out on top, right? You're locked in here. You got to get the key.
It's exciting.
Yeah, really good.
And there's a lot going on. It's just like from all angles,
Yeah, you're just in it, which is my favorite kind of encounter. Like, throwing it.
Right.
Yeah, you got to have that pressure. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
And this one is like pre-supplied pressure from multiple angles.
Yeah, yeah, really well done. All those little details about this counters that, really well thought out. As I said, I love this idea of wax. Like, what a great, like, Ogbang's wax wings, man. Like, you fly too close to the sun, they're gonna melt away. So, that kind of stuff, I love it.
Yeah, totally.
Really cool.
This is another one they gave us Kazoo added a little running the encounter setup. So it kind of gives you a thing to just kind of help that GM load to, this is how you can do everything to help propel this adventure.
He wrote this as fantasy, evil wizard, but I could totally see this being done in a sci-fi setting.
Oh, easily.
Super, like
especially with the animation pods.
Yeah, you're on a spaceship and really cool. Really cool. Good work.
Heck yeah. Yeah, it's definitely another fun one.
Yeah, really. Yeah. God, this is gonna be so hard to choose between these, man. It's just it's insanity.
2080, y'all just sent us like a bunch of badass stuff. We're supposed to pick like the coolest one.
I do not envy you guys at all. I'm just here to look at all your cool stuff. So
yeah, it's just nutty. All right, boys and girls.
Oh yeah.
Children of all ages.
Right. Speaking of sci-fi as well.
We're on to Mirror Mirror, right?
Oh yeah. This one takes us back into Warp Shell.
Yeah, so Mirror
Nice
Mirror.
RPG.
This one is by So Mirror Mirror. This one is by Kevin Nadro. I hope I'm pronouncing that right, aka Likey, on the Runehammer forums and Discord. Really, really fun encounter. Yeah, Joe, we're back to Warp Shell.
Oh yeah.
So
I love Warp Shell.
Right? I love it.
I know. So background is you've been traveling in space.
Mm-hmm.
You get this invite to Thanksgiving, basically. Love that. You get invited onto their spaceship for a meal.
Yep.
Like your
holiday
get together.
And this is an invite, from because these are more seasoned, or are they well traveled? So this is like an old friend reaching out to celebrate that has given you this invite.
Yes.
There's like that setup that oh, this is holy crap, I haven't seen Captain Wilbur in ages. Of course we're gonna spin by for a free meal with Captain Wilbur.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, this is like the Star Trek setup. Like Captain Pike has invited us over for dinner. Right? We beam over, we go to have dinner, except that, hey, will you please pass the potatoes? And all of a sudden, those long acquaintances turn into robots.
Oh yes, the clanks.
Right? And all of a sudden, like target 14.
Yep. Exactly. Clanks, a deadly form of robot who have mastered copying biological life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like there's even maybe a Doctor Who kind of vibe to this too, right?
Oh, it totally could be. Totally could be.
Yep.
I mean, even retro 50s sci-fi. It may look like Captain Pike. It may sound like Captain Pike, but it's actually a pod person from the planet Mars.
Yep.
Or a clank, as it were.
Yes, and I love this initial encounter. You rush out of the dining hall. On the left is your warp shell. On the right, you see 5 clanks holding 2 hostages.
Yes.
And you're like, oh, these are old friends. Except that, as a DM, you roll a d6, 1 to 3. Those hostages are actually still a clank.
Hey, well, you get to roll twice, once for each hostage.
Correct. What do we got?
Ooh, I rolled a 6 and a 2. So one of them is a hostage, and the other one is a clank perpetrating to be a hostage. Yeah.
Yes.
And hey, I mean, they've perfected it. They've mastered this art, so it looks like the friend, and that's beautiful.
Yep. And then the other thing is in 1d4 rounds, your warp shell is disconnected, and it's gonna float off into space.
Yep.
That's crazy bad.
Right. That's some time pressure on top of everything.
Yes, and then there are these damaged electrical components that are going to prevent you from getting near the airlock terminal. You got to make dex checks. That's just crazy, with all this going on.
Yep.
If you fail, you get it stops your movement, and all the components get electrical overload, so your next rolls are hard. It's just crazy. Successful int checked over at the airlock to enter your warp shell. All these clanks are running.
Which, remember, the
you.
longer it takes to open that airlock to get out to your warp shell, the longer it takes, the longer your spacewalk is going to be to get to your ship.
Yeah, and I mean,
it's drifting.
You want to talk about time pressure? This is tight. Because it instantly puts you in this killer dilemma.
Yep.
Do you save these potential long lost friends who are hostages, who may or may not end up being real friends?
Right.
Or do you just make a screw this
make
noise
a break for it
and make a break for your warp shell, which will undock and drift off in 1d4 rounds?
Right.
And then if you do make it out alive, what do you do ultimately to try to avenge? Do you do you do one of those spacewalks on the hull, and then you bore into the hull, and then and then you're in the anti-gravity room,
right.
what happens, right? Yeah.
I mean, they are a deadly form of robots, so I mean, you probably want to get rid of this whole ship potentially.
Yeah.
Replicators, the heck was that? Brain farting. SG1, Stargate SG1, the whole replicator plot line. Better to destroy the whole ship because those robots.
we're gonna have to fly this into the sun, and that's when realize it says red sword on the outside of the ship. Like I mean, like craziness ensues, right? And then what's cool about this is there's a little blurb here from Likey about future room encounters. Like if you manage to escape, here's what you might face.
Yeah.
If you decide to fight and save the hostages, here's what you might face.
Yep, and this is a cool bit.
I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like here's some here DM, let me help you and give you some idea fodder about where this could go. I love it.
Right. What happens next? Kind of notes.
Mm-hmm. And then here's a little diagram. Here's the stats for the Clank. Here's a little diagram, just to kind of give you a feel for the space. I love that, and I love the definition of Clank: calibrated, liquid, autonomous, networked, Krypton, sanitizers.
Yeah.
They are Clanks. Do not look away, even for a moment. Keep your wits strong and your gear close. Few life forms have lived to tell the tale of the Clanks.
Right.
So this also has
it gives me like that the Chud vibes and the breakdown on what Clank stands for.
Yeah.
Well, it was making me think of like the Dalek from Doctor Who.
Yeah.
Like that's what I was getting from that.
Doctor Who.
Right.
This also has
Dalek
a little bit
also.
of a Twilight Zone vibe too, right? Where maybe you save the hostages and then you actually bring Clanks onto your ship. Like that's how they.
Oh man.
Spread.
Yeah, like a Screamers vibe almost. Love it.
Delete.
Love it.
Delete.
Love it.
Delete.
I mean,
Will be exterminated.
the Clanks are so cool. I especially just love the term ogre eye. Like,
Yeah.
Right. Tons of really good details here.
Oh, yeah.
Really tight encounter design.
Yeah.
Like I mean, this is like punch you in the nose kind of quick, right? Like you got to deal with some stuff fast, and I am here for it. Like
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
who is this by again?
by Likey, so 10 out
Yeah,
of
like
10.
the unform.
Yeah, 10 out of 10 would play.
Yeah, Likey, if you're out there, if you're watching, I am a fan of you.
Yeah, really good one. Really good one.
Oh yeah. Action right off the jump.
Yeah, that's
But at least it's not on an empty stomach, because you did just have a meal.
right. That's Joe saying, well, we did just have Thanksgiving, so
Right? Well,
Makes everything better.
Let me make a con check to make sure I didn't, overeat.
yeah.
Did the Hobbit get the better of me?
So this one is
Ooh.
called Mirror.
Not stomached well.
Yeah, this one's called Mirror.
Yep.
And I love it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
There's also potential to kind of get like that Zelda fight in there. One of the Clinks copies you.
Oh yeah.
You're fighting yourself. Or I guess could also be any of those other, number of, like Pluto Nash or some of those others. No, don't shoot me. Shoot him. No, I'm the real one. No, I'm the real one.
I love that.
Yep.
Yeah, it could be some fun dilemma.
Until you have to go, no, that guy has an ogre eye. Like, it's not me.
right.
Right.
I can't believe you even stuck me for the guy with the ogre eye, bro. Yeah.
Where's my laser gun?
Oh man, I love it.
I got typical laser gun sounds. I have a laser gun somewhere.
All right.
That's out of reach. I see its shiny chrome handle.
Moving on. Let's try to do two more here.
Right.
Okay.
Oh.
Moving on to RuRi's submission. RuRi? Night Cravings.
Yeah. It's RU capital RI RuRi.
RuRi.
AKA Matt Anderson. This is Night Cravings. So Matt, really cool.
Yeah.
I love the special thanks to both Quentin Tarantino and our very own Kane Driscol.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's straight up Dusk Till Dawn.
Yeah, it's straight up Dusk Till Dawn.
It's in the style of Dusk Till Dawn.
In the style of Dusk Till Dawn, very strongly influenced. And basically, the premise is these dudes, they roll into like a roadside dive,
Well, that's exactly how we start up here. The party is in this remote roadhouse of ill repute, the Night Cravings. This dirty tavern known for raunchy women and rancid gar, with oafish bandits and discreet criminals scattered around the whole place. And you are here to meet a contact. So this was the chosen place to meet at dawn. So you must wait out of necessity. So real similar, like the, you know, or somewhat similar to the setup in Dusk Till Dawn.
Yeah, and
specifically getting to the tavern.
Well, yeah, well, and it's not all just ne'er-do-wells here.
Oh no!
Like the corrupt captain guard is there. There's some violent guardsmen. A priest and her son are there. So that's crazy.
Right.
And then,
well, that's one of the cool things with those NPCs there, because the priest, Kate Jacobs, is on the run for the safety of her son, Scott Jacobs, who is a pawn of corrupt city magistrates. So he's getting framed for something, and they're boning out.
Yep.
Trying to be safe.
Exactly. And then what's really cool is the marquee dancer. Here she's named Selma Satan, but it's definitely a play on Salma Hayek.
The character.
The actress who is the lead in Dusk Till Dawn. But she's there. She is one of the leads of this vampire brood. Suffice to say, the PCs are here. They're waiting on a contact. Their choice, DM's choice. They're here waiting on a contact, and basically the singing starts. Everything gets a little bit more rowdy with the voluptuous performance, and then you find out they're all vampires.
Right. Well, there's a bit of a spin because it's written in a way that there's kind of a surprise vampires. So it starts out, and it even says with like a little shield note, the PCs should be given the impression that this session is about the guardsmen, the magistrate, the city corruption, and helping the innocent citizens, so that the drastic change in moment 3 isn't telegraphed.
Yeah.
So it starts out with Captain Strong and his guardsmen coming in and just kicking open the door's entrance and pointing out and saying, your surrender, you've been caught, da da da. Doesn't matter if you're guilty or not, they're coming after you. Mistaken identity.
Yeah.
So it starts out looking at like that kind of a scene.
Well, yeah, right. Because in Dusk Till Dawn, they're wanted criminals, right? But I'm jumping ahead. So overview, like the big climax of this is that you find out that all the non-named patrons are vampires, right? Yes. But you are correct. There are these beats, these story beats leading up to this, which is, first it's mistaken identity, maybe,
right?
Where they're under threat of arrest, and then they've got to deal with this. Then the mother and the son have been, near this table, right? And then all of a sudden, they come up and they're just like, please help us, so they've got to deal with this. And then story beat 3 happens.
Yep, and then they're all vampires. Start the electric guitars. Yep. Let's get it on, because now it's a vampire bar fight.
Yeah, it's a fight at the bar. Salma Hayek, aka Selma Satan, she does her dance, and then they're told to pay homage to her, and then basically at this point it's time to go. It's time to fight because the doors get locked. You can't get out. It becomes vampire feeding bloodfest.
Oh yeah.
And somehow the PCs have to survive.
Right. Because you've just become the main course.
Yep, exactly. So you're going to need a tavern map of some sort, like a rundown tavern. Yep. This could be modern day. I think it would lend itself. You could run this in Cyberpunk. I think that would be super fun. You could absolutely run this in, even in Warp Shell, right?
Oh, yeah.
Some weird planet, or you could
run
some
backwater planet that you've got to meet a contact for some such and such.
Yeah, or some like space station, right?
Totally.
Like that.
Oh, space station would be gnarly.
Yeah, it'd be a fun reskin of it. Or even like, totally Alfheim here. Fantasy. Really, really cool. Love the fact that it's a total play on From Dusk Till Dawn.
Yeah.
Little George Clooney action.
Right. It's a great fun homage here.
I will play the George Clooney character.
I'll play the Harvey Keitel character.
Really awesome. But yeah, that's a great one. So so
Yeah, definitely
RuRi,
a fun one.
aka I just lost it. AKA Matt, super great, love it, and it's solid.
Yeah, it looks killer.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
I want to watch that movie now.
Yeah, as you should, because it's totally.
It was fun.
Totally
Totally
Tarantino.
fun movie.
Yeah, I'm here for everything that's Tarantino, including this adventure by Matt.
Yeah.
So that was Night Cravings. Moving on.
Mhm.
This is the encounter submitted by Ark, aka Adam, and this one is a cyberpunk-esque.
Right, back to some altered state.
Back to some altered state kind of vibe, or whatever your favorite
Oh, totally.
cyberpunk game is. On Neon Streets is the name of this one. So the overview is the players have stolen the MacGuffin again. And so we've seen this theme before.
Oh yeah.
Corporate briefcase, a data chip, secret hardware. Is it a mainframe?
Right.
And whatever it is, they got to deliver it to their contact across the city. And man, this is like we're instantly jumping into street bikes. So we're jumping on motorcycles, and we got to roll. Because
this is not chased. This isn't you walking through and opening doors in the corporate building. This is you've already done that, and you've got to get the hell out. You've got to go meet your contact and drop this hot load off.
Yep. And you got to do it in 5 rounds. You have to deliver the package in 5 rounds. If you're still being chased, your contact has arranged for a dead drop 1d4 rounds further on.
Yep.
Okay? And if you still have heat by that time, the deal is off. So basically, you've got
you're stuck with this package.
5 plus 1d4 rounds to kind of go from there. So everybody starts near each other on the first leg of the highway. There's a chase hazards table, I think. Is that right?
Yeah. The D8 chase hazards.
Yep, there it is. Yep, to roll on. Roll initiative, highest goes first. Otherwise clockwise, and then it's just a race, man. Like you got to make your moves. The chase pursuers, they get their moves. They have certain potential actions, or I would even call these like escalations. So it's 1d4. So nano drones, you've got thug bikers, you've got a patrol ship, you've got rival runners in an armored truck trying to grab your score. So this is this instantly gives me Italian vibe kind of jobs, or the Italian job kind of vibes, right?
Right.
I said Italian vibes.
You've clearly ciao bella.
That was the best spoonerism I've heard in a long time. The Italian vibes job.
Right. Time for some gelato.
Hey, Ark, maybe you want to rename on Neon Streets to the Italian vibes job. I'm teasing.
Yeah. No, it is great because one of the other fun things with the pursuers is you can kind of have multiple pursuits happening here. Rival runners that are trying to grab the score you have. And this is on a little D4 chart, so I think you can kind of add additional pursuers in addition to people already chasing you. But the corporate nano drones, for one, you've got extra street thug bikers that are just looking for trouble, and you happen to be racing by where they're at. The police ship coming to investigate, or the rival runners showing up to steal your loot.
Yeah,
there's multiple things you can have in the pursuers, which is kind of cool because you're running from these nanobots already, from the nano drones, to retrieve the stolen goods, and other complications can come in. Absolutely. And those aren't even the hazards on the road yet.
Yeah, absolutely. And
it's just kind of cool.
Yeah, and it's so cool, like traffic jams, pile ups, construction zones. I love the fact if you roll an 8, that's the highest one. It's open road straight away, with no problem, other than everyone gets easy attacks because the visibility is so good. But I love that. And then this one's really cool because instead of being written in portrait, it's written in landscape pages. Yeah. So 2 pages, tight little printout. All the main rules are on the first page in terms of the encounter setup, so super tight design.
Yep.
The second page is who is chasing the runners, so it's all the bad guys and their stats and abilities. I love it.
Yep.
Really well done. And then there's sort of like the resolution block.
Yeah, the little payoff.
Yeah, what happens if you make it, like, and it's cool because it's like a video game, right? So depending on how well you do, like if you make it within the 5, it's 1 tiered response. If it's somewhere in the 6 to 9 rounds, like you get your bikes taken from you, right?
Right.
And if it, if it's worse than that, then they're kind of upset with you a little bit.
Yeah.
Really cool way to do it. And then
this fun little map too, kind of, showing by those timer counts, because it does talk about in Altered State how distance is measured in time.
Yeah.
So it kind of gives you those things like based on the roads on where exactly how far into the city you kind of run, which is kind of a fun little bit.
Yeah, really good. Xander, did you have a take?
Yeah, I really just like this because it's another great one where you can just drag it into your Altered State game.
Yeah.
Like, hey, now we're gonna have a chase. Here it is.
Right.
This is how it works.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's super simple. Like a 2-page spread for all this for like a killer adventure. I really like the D4 Chase Pursuers table. I'm such a table nerd. I don't know why. I love rolling for things.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I love simple tables. I love a tiny little D4 table.
Yep, brilliant.
Like who is after these fools? Like I got 4 tight little options here to choose from.
Right.
Yeah, it's almost like a module in that sort of way. Like you can just use this to facilitate any chase.
Yeah,
like, there it is.
Yeah.
Already, I mean, this MacGuffin, it could be the mainframe. You've got out, and one of the things pursuing you is that mecha dragon.
Oh no!
Yeah.
And you're
Cyberthrax,
right?
Again?
Cyberthrax shows up. You're on freaking you're on street bikes,
and
and you've got corpos chasing you as well.
Knew we should have done the last 20 damage to it.
I knew we should have taken the subway.
Yeah, like,
I told you guys.
Right?
yeah, gone wrong playing into neon streets like that. That's a great transition.
Yeah.
Right. We're taking
guys...
those street bikes down the subway.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Now we've got subway trains to deal with.
Did you correlate? Like, what is this? Fits a little too well.
Wow,
that is awesome.
Listen, if you take street bikes down the subway, like you really are doing the Italian job.
Yeah.
Like, oh man, but yeah, that is a really great point about this being something that you could reskin for any chase.
Oh yeah, you've tagged this onto anything that involved like get X item.
Anything.
Boom.
Brilliant. I love it.
Street bikes, it could be horses and carts through the woods, like anything.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it's
It could
fantastic.
be speeder bikes through the forests of Endor.
Mm-hmm.
Wah, wah.
Oh yeah, through the trees and all. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like roll my little chase hazard. Yeah, like bikers pick up the child. Like I mean, like it's my Ugnaught just won't ride fast enough. Like that kind of stuff.
Bum 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 bum. Oh yeah.
Good work, Ark. Love it.
Yeah.
I love it. I'm here for it. We finished up, I think, with On Neon Streets by Ark last time, and I think we pick back up with the Open Arena by Eric, aka FitzLoric. And And I gotta tell you, this might be literally the most basic encounter you can get.
Oh yeah.
And I mean that in a totally good way.
Yep.
And it's kind of a classic.
It is.
It's a super classic. So it's titled Open Arena.
Yep.
And there's no like sort of map provided in terms of what FitzLoric's kind of vision was for the space. So, that would have been maybe a little bit awesome to have, but you can just imagine this open arena type space. So anyone that, that suits your fancy, and you've got one thing to deal with, and that is you've got a giant wyvern to take down. Boom.
Right.
You've trekked up the mountain or whatever. Here's the wyvern.
Right.
Good luck. Right.
And it could even be like a village square, an arena made by the framing of houses, and like you've got like this shattered well where this thing is down in here trying to eat civilians.
Oh, Joe, that's so
So
good.
it does leave like an openness on the open arena concept, but
Yeah,
I mean, it could be any broad open space.
Yeah, or out on the ice plains with snow orcs,
yeah.
you know, right? Or you know, that sort of thing. Or maybe literally like maybe this is like, you know, you're back in Mad Moxie's arena, right? And the the champion, right?
Right. If you manage to take out Jesse, now you got a wyvern.
Right, exactly. Or maybe the
Right.
wyvern is named Jesse, so they're, you know.
Whoa.
Jesse, and it's a wyvern, so. But
And
this is great.
mhm.
Interesting choice here. Target 11, so a little bit of an easier target in terms of the design. That being said, I think this would be a very potent enemy, and what I love about it is it's designed in chunks. So, so almost like a vehicle, this thing is so hard to take down.
Yeah, it is kind of I mean, it's kind of a cool concept, you know, run the monster as chunks, because I mean, I think, gosh, I'm pretty sure somewhere we've talked about it before, where you can do things like attacking the wings specifically to knock abilities out,
Right.
you know, and that's kind of a cool thing to see in a monster. Like
Yeah.
I'm a fan there.
Opens up all that, right? Yeah, it's
Right.
Yeah, like I want to go for the wings, right? I'll make a hard roll. You know, yeah,
Right.
really cool. And then FitzLoric included monster AI, 1 through 6 potential things. The Wyvern uses 2 per round.
And that's brutal. That's 2 actions.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep. And then the timer for this encounter, which I love, is every D4 rounds, you got to make a deck save, or you're going to be like stomped. Like this thing, like swoops in and just like crushes you. So that's awesome.
A big AOE, you know, deal, kind of ground pound style or so.
Yeah, and I think it's just, you know, it's awesome, right? If you're gonna have like a huge monster that you got to fight, that it does do an area of effect thing that everybody has to save against, and you have that constant pressure. So I love that that's included too. And I get the sense that that's on top of the 2 actions, right? So every D4 rounds, this AOE triggers, and then you got to still deal with its 2 attacks. So
right,
really killer. That might be why it's a target 11.
Right. One of the other neat things there, that treat, I mean, it is situational, but if you're rolling a D6 twice for its actions every turn, there's a good chance you're going to roll that number 3, that roar.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's kind of neat that if you can save against this roar, which I'm imagining just from the thing that, you know, it's like a fear-inducing thing from its effect, gaining an easy on your next attack against it for that save. That's kind of a nice treat. It's a good boon.
Yeah, well, and I think the synergy here, right, is it's more likely you're going to see 3 and 4 on the AI.
Yep.
So you're going to see that roar attack. So you're going to have to make that charisma save. You are going to see that wing chunk ability, which is push all close away to near. So it's going to be constantly pushing you away, and then every D4 rounds you've got to deal with that stomp mechanic. So like it's going to keep like the players at bay, and then they've got to constantly make these saves. Like I could see this thing wearing a party down like super fast.
Oh, yeah. Also with one of the just kind of a fun little, you know, design bit on the chest, that fireball, it targets the farthest PC.
Yep.
So that's kind of, you know, usually that's the guys that are, you know, your mages and your clerics, your healers are usually like a little farther back, or your ranged fighters, you know, so them being specifically targeted, that's kind of a fun little role that you can jump into.
Oh, that's a juicy little bit. Yeah, your thief who's sneaked off, you know, like.
Well, what I love about it, and that kind of ties into what I'm saying, is that this encounter is a monster. Like this monster, its ability to do all that stuff, like it basically covers like environmental stuff, like it's shooting fireballs and pushing you away, moving you around, and to that effect, like you can drop it into anywhere. Like it's just a monster encounter. Boom, there it is.
Right. Yeah,
Love
you know,
it.
right on that point, like kind of the first thing we did when we started talking about it was imagining what open area, what this arena was, and we were kind of already like instinctively plugging it in.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, drop it
Right,
into
that's a good bit.
your campaign,
Right.
wherever. Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, right, like I said, like this is probably the most basic design you will see. This is the monster. The monster is the whole encounter.
Yep.
Yeah. It's awesome.
Basically, and it's fantastic.
Yeah, it's good fun.
Yep, FitzLoric, I gotta tell you, man, I love it. I'm here for it. It's really, really great.
Solid.
Yeah, solid entry.
Big monster.
Well, and
That's Hulk from Ragnarok.
the other thing that I love about this is like he just wrote this up, like, and took a picture and sent it in. Like this wasn't some like a ton of fancy design, no like form over function. Like here's the function, it works. Drop it into your game and rock on. Love it.
I think this one. I think Fitz here is the only one that gave us a notebook. He's like, here's a look in my notebook.
Yep.
There's my encounter.
Here's how I work.
That's dope.
Just like this.
I love it.
Yep.
Bullet points on lined paper. Way to go.
Yeah, I dig it. All right. Moving on. Another great entry. We are on to the Oracles of Keteros. This is by John, aka at Azemani, both on the forums and on the Discord. He actually sent us a whole adventure. I mean, literally and truly, like this thing, it has a table of contents. It has an intro. It has an adventure overview. It's got, I think, 4 separate encounters in it.
Yeah, I believe so.
And his specific instructions were, to me, just to pick one. So kind of left it up to us. I think the thing to do is let's just grab the first one and go from there. I would say let's just skip around, but I think for this to stand, what does the opener look like? What
What's the opener? The scene 1, investigation of barracks.
Right.
Barracks.
Yeah, scene 1. What does that look like?
Sets the tone for the rest of the adventure. So
that's it. So here we go.
Right.
So this looks like a warp shell adventure. So again, sci-fi near and dear to my heart. The players take on roles of cadets. They start out with just a pistol.
So this is actually a good opener for a campaign. Even.
Heck yes. Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Like they're fresh. They're wet behind the ears.
Yep, and I think it's graduation day at their academy. Like they go through an academy, and these crews are being assigned to their warp shells, which I love. And the key to this is they're getting ready to go to their graduation ceremony, and boom, klaxon starts sounding. Everything goes sideways. I love that kind of start, right?
Right. Right into the action.
Yeah, like you're at your barracks, like you're putting on your fancy uniform. You got your little pistol on. You're getting ready to go out and graduate and get assigned to your warp shell.
You're checking your gig line, make sure everything's straight.
Yeah, it's perfect. And then klaxons go off, like people are running to cover. You hear explosions in the background. And in essence, the whole truth here is this base where you are assigned is being attacked by Zill assassins. For whatever reasons, that gets revealed later. But for right now, you're in that high octane start, like, oh my god, like our base is under attack, the barracks are under attack. Several things going on. You've got classmates who are wounded or injured, which I love. So you've got innocents in peril. There are these bombs that have been placed by the assassins as they have passed through and kind of wrecked through your barracks. So those are going to go off. There are a few treats, like you could make it to the armory, and get some loot. And then there are clues, like in terms of the break-in points, that this is the work of assassins, right? And
he got a couple of those marked in. Yeah,
and he has this really cool mechanic in there, like when players might notice or see that an assassin is fleeing, right? Because I guess the intuition is that they're in light bending suits, maybe, or stealth suits,
right?
So they're doing their thing, and you basically it's just survive. But there are places where you can discern clues as to what's going on and what's happening, and I guess move and shift with the flow of all the fleeing people, deeper into the base where you run into, more issues.
Right.
So I love it. I love this sort of basic setup. Really and truly, this is like the start of a campaign.
Yeah.
Right? And I do have to bring, I do want to bring up on like the thing about the clues that he does make a note on, no whiz check needed. This is stuff that everybody can see no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
And then, some of the clues do have like just an additional passing the whiz check.
Yep. I love clues like that, right? Like all you got to do is like pass over the spot, right? It's like it's like a little video game. Like all you got to do is walk through and you're going to get that piece of text.
Right.
Like here's what you
Hold on,
notice.
back up. I got a mouse over. Let me check that.
Yep. And if you want further information, if you want further
Mm-hmm.
information, you've got to make a wisdom roll or do a little bit of a deeper investigation. I love that kind of setup.
Right.
Well, and you guys should know, having played in some of my games, that I love a good compound. It's one of my favorites. Like rooms with tons of stuff happening in them. It's fantastic.
Well,
Well, to specifically cite the sorry,
No,
back and forth. To specifically cite the armory, reward that the door's busted, but if you get in there, you've got some much better gear than this dumb little pistol. Like that's a great little treat.
Well,
yeah,
right.
because it is a thing. It does note that all players begin with a cadet standard issue ETC pulse pistol, and all players begin with the standard issue armor.
Yeah.
So like your uniform and stuff. So yeah, like that's a great point that you can upgrade from your cadet fancy pistol.
Well, right. Or if you take out any of these snipers, I think he's built in that there's an opportunity for loot there. But kind of like Prisoners of Moloch style, right? Like you have this ability to kind of gear up. So if you're one of those loot monkeys and you like that feel of progression, those opportunities to kind of get better as you make your way through this are great. And then to Xander's point about the compound, like it's C-shaped with a courtyard. I love that. So if you access the courtyard, you can kind of go anywhere. You don't just have to stick to the hallways. Like you can move from one side to the other really quickly. And check out different stuff. There's even like a vehicle, like a motor pool. Like you could jump in the rover, Like I love it.
We're going in the rover.
And encounter-wise, this is a target 10, I think, just to start out a night of play. I know so many people kind of wonder, like, well, where do I start? Well, we'll start easy, right? You can always ramp up from there. So in terms of the design, really well done. Nice, tight little package. Great sci-fi opener. Fight your way out. Take down some Zill bad guys, right?
Right, and discover what all in Sam hell is going on here.
Yeah, well, and the other cool thing too, right, is it's warp shell, but you're not instantly on the warp shell. Like you've got to kind of fight your way to it, or you kind of got to earn it a little bit, right? So, I love it.
It's great fun and fun little map too.
Solid entry, fun map, and this whole campaign, like the whole document. I mean, we're not going to consider all of it, but that whole campaign or the whole document is excellent. So, man, really well done.
It's a cool entry.
Yep. The at the back, the enemies are listed. They've got little like heart trackers and things like that. So,
you've got bubbles to fill in for the GM. Just like Alex said, health tracker.
Yep. They got stealth modules. Just really well done. All right. Solid entry.
Man.
Really solid entry. Man,
it's definitely a fun one.
This is so hard. It really is. This is going to come down to the weight of a feather in terms of,
Oh God, it's going to have to, and that's still going to be a hard decision.
And one of the things, just to be transparent, that we've talked about is, which one of these encounters, would I run? I absolutely, this Oracles of Keteros, absolutely, I would start a campaign with that encounter. Million%.
Right? Yeah, I'd play that.
Yeah, something very like it. Yeah, I kind of want to play in that game. So, like, John, if you're listening, like, here you got here are 3 players right here. All right. All right. This next one is from Tanner, aka Paladin Prose. He has his own channel. Please go check him out and support him. He's doing a lot of fun stuff on there. And he has submitted Snott's Snack Attack, which is a bit of a play on this sort of like little goblin that appears in his videos, Snott. Super fun. And I gotta tell you,
This is a fun one.
I love this one. Like, I love it. First of all, it's 2 sheets. It's landscape, right? So back to this sort of landscape presentation. I mean, not that that matters, but there's just something about this that, like, the first page is like, here's the map.
Yeah.
And here in all these circles, here are the checks that you're going to have to make. Like, in terms of accessibility, I could stare at this document, at just the map, and have a good idea how to run this, like, almost instantly. I love that.
Yeah, so you know, like all your checks are spelled out on what's what as you move through.
Yeah,
and that is pretty great.
I love it. Room target 12. Basically, the setup. Snott the Goblin has attacked Gusto's Gastropub. He's hangry. He wants something to eat. In the process, I guess he goes in there and he starts throwing in all these ingredients.
Everything.
It turns out that, Gusto, he's not only just a really good, innkeeper or barkeep, but he's also a little bit of a herbalist. And, there's some magical properties going on. So when Snott does this, it causes this magical chain reaction. And in the pot, it creates this thing, I love this, called the goulash.
Yeah.
The goulash.
First off,
goulash.
You had me at goblin.
Right?
But yeah, no, the goulash.
The goulash.
It's too much fun.
I mean, this whole encounter is just filled with little jokes that just make you laugh. Like, especially like the herb garden, like table. Oh, it's so funny.
Yeah. Yep, there's a D12, little loot table for the herb garden.
Yeah, it's a huge treat, right? Like Gusto has this greenhouse where he grows all these herbs, and and they each have a cool property. So that's awesome. I love the initial.
And it's fun.
Yeah, I love the initial setup here, right? Like the players burst in the door instantly. There are these 2 goblins barricaded with bows, like. But they've spilled soapy water. These morons have spilled soapy water all over the floor, and you're instantly making dex checks, or you're going to slip and fall and crash. Like, I could see that being just such a hoot, while trying to take down these goblins who are, to hit them is a hard roll because they're using
barricaded
cover. Yeah, so effectively. Love it. Then you make it to Gusto's kitchen, so very simple transition. The smell from the goulash is instantly an environmental factor, so you got to make checks or get like super nauseous and all.
Right.
Like,
unless you found the lovely lavender in the herb garden.
Right.
Right.
Which is a perfect, a perfect treat.
Yep.
I love it. And then you get into that room and you got to deal with the goulash itself. You've got Gusto the dwarf. He's tied up in the ice freezer. Like, which
can basically be an ally if you can get him out while also dealing with the goulash.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean,
Snott can potentially be an ally.
Yeah, I love that. Right. So Snott may not be a bad guy. He's running in circles and flailing his arms because of what he's unleashed. Like, he's bitten off more than he can chew. So I love that. You could, with charisma, convince Snott to join you, but maybe not. Maybe he becomes an enemy. Maybe the players decide to, kind of take on both as threats.
Right.
I love it. So the first page is the map with everything spelled out in a super easy interface. The write-up is really simple, really straightforward. I mean, in terms of design, this is a hoot.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And there's some fun stuff with the goulash itself.
Yeah.
I mean, it starts off the first attack. It's he goes kind of Emerald Lagasse on you. Bam.
Yeah. Spits a spicy meatball at you.
Yep. He kicks it up a notch and spits a spicy meatball.
Yeah. Right. Bam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I got a chuckle in there. But like,
One thing I love is that it has every kind of like check you can make, which gives every character an opportunity to feel special.
Yeah.
So like there's always an opportunity for every stat to play a big role.
Yep.
Yeah.
Big time. Big time.
Yeah, and this is super fun, you know. This encounter could feel a little bit like a romp, like it's a little bit on the whimsical side.
Mhm.
But you could also run this literally, even if you have the most serious of players, like they're super hardcore, like you could run this, and I think they would still have just a blast because
Oh yeah.
it's so well written, like in terms of like just a tight encounter with these events that are happening. I love it. I love it.
And I mean, especially with the more whimsical nature, even if you are in like a very serious game, who knows? Last session could have been like this huge tumultuous thing, like, you know, Randar has just lost his brother, and everybody like just had this deeply emotional like RP session just last game. And maybe this session you need a little lighter kick.
Yep.
Even in your serious game, you could blow off some steam as they stop by this roadside Gusto's Gastro Pub, and holy crap, damn goblins have taken over.
Yeah.
But it could be a fun little romp.
Yeah.
Little pressure release on your serious game.
Yeah, I also love this idea that the freezer where Gusto is held is also potentially it's also potentially part of the solution. That if players use int, they'll deduce that the furnace is helping kind of fuel this reaction, and so if you could cool it down, you could diminish the Goulash's ability. So,
and there's big blocks of ice in there to kind of help with that.
Yes, and I love that
there's definitely a couple treats in there.
Yeah, and I love that the freezer is not necessarily a death sentence for Gusto, like because it's in there's like, oh, when the furnace gets too hot, I use the freezer to cool down. You know,
he's a dwarf. He's like cold. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Right. So he's not in any imminent peril, but he is in a little bit of peril. You know, but I love it. I love it. Well, you know, Tanner, I gotta say, well done, man. Like, this would really tickled our fancy.
Makes me smile, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
You had me at Goblin.
Well, I just love that opening scene, right? Like, however the players get called to the inn, to the gastropub, like how it, you know, whatever the impetus is, some townsperson they crash right through, and then suddenly they're in it. They're literally in the soup as they're slipping and sliding.
Open the door and falling.
Yep, love it. Love it. All right, that's another killer one. If there are no other thoughts, we will be moving on. So the next one is the Corrupted Pool. That is by Grimku, Grimku. I hope I'm saying that right.
Right.
And
Grimku from Discord.
Yeah, from the Discord. And what's really cool is this one is called the Corrupted Pool. And the whole idea is that there is this corruption that has sort of taken over this area because of like this this spell circle or this wizard's lock or the summoning circle. This corruption with like the sickly black like tangle has kind of like erupted out. And he created this in terms of inspiration by doing a Magic the Gathering draw.
Yeah, and pop the cards on there for us also.
Yeah, and he put the cards on there that were the impetus for his inspiration. Love that idea. Really cool.
I'll have to look that up. I'm not familiar with because you know he cites that it's the MTG Oracle style deck for inspiration. I'm not sure if that's like some process somebody developed for, you know, inspiration draws for decks and stuff.
Yeah, or if
like I don't know, but it seems I'll have to look it up. Curiosity.
Yeah, like is that one of the million editions of Magic the Gathering? Like I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I'm sidetracking us.
Yep, but that's his method. And then the rest of the document is super tight. It's a 2-page write-up. Here are the locations. He actually gives us 4 locations. So I could see this being a night of play, or at least a good chunk of a night of play. The locations are a pit trap that the PCs stumble upon. They might fall in if they fail a roll right out the gate. Otherwise, there's a black pool where they kind of stumble onto the scene. So I guess at one time it was water, but now it's been corrupted.
It's all dark and gross, fed by a spewing waterfall.
Yeah, so it's at the base of this waterfall. So then you have the sort of the waterfall itself, and behind it is this thing called the Baloth's Lair, right? It's a hidden cave, so you've got that piece, and then you have sort of atop the falls, so you could go up to the top, and that's where you realize the source of the corruption is.
Yep.
I love the fact that if you make it to the hidden cave behind the waterfall, one of the things that you determine is that the Baloth, like its cubs are covered in the slimy black vines. So that's sort of the whole truth. The sneaky secret is that the Baloth is potentially a foe you have to deal with, but it's like
it's not the foe.
Right, it's a mama bear.
Yeah.
It's a mama bear, right? and it's largely just trying to save its cubs, so it's agitated. But you're right, Joe. It's not the actual threat.
Yeah. So it's definitely a thing. Like, it's one of those pulling the heartstrings where they think they're fighting this Baloth, and this is the thing. And hey, all right, we slew the monster. Wonder if it's got treasure in its lair. We should go look in there. And holy shit, no, it's just cubs covered in this blight.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and so the actual threat is an Ichor demon. It's an Ichor demon. It will enter through the falls. You got to take on this thing. And this is a great encounter too, because there's a ton of treats.
Yep.
Like there's a ton of loot. There's also there's like a fairy fluttering around. So like
just causing chaos.
Right. So like at first I can see the PCs being like, is it the fairy? Like what is going on here? And then they have to work their way maybe to the top of the falls and find this magic circle. I love this encounter. I love it.
Right. Well, it definitely does seem like it's all linked encounters, but I think with all like the separate locations, it's pushing into almost an adventure.
Yeah, almost. Just because there's so much to figure out. But man,
it's definitely fun.
It's super fun.
It could be fun.
The target numbers go up, like it stays at a 12, and then when the Ichor demon finally emerges and you're like, oh crap, then it goes up to a 14. It could potentially go up to a 16 if they're at that circle on top of the falls. Like it gets really
if you're
hard.
all the way up top having a fight.
Yes. There is a way to destroy it. There's a ton of loot scattered around.
Oh yeah, there's notes about magic items under the water here. A horde of magic items and scrolls over there.
Which makes Dennis really happy. Makes me happy too. That really tight design. Like I love, that this thing is called the Corrupted Pool, and that's exactly what it is. This is a corrupted pool. It's amazing that this came from like 3 random magic cards.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, it does continue on and gives us the monster breakdowns for the Ichor demon, the fairy dragon, the fairy, and the Baloth as well.
Yeah, I love it. I love that there's a little map. Like it's like crudely drawn, but it totally tells me, informs me like how are these areas situated in space. Like if I were to run this myself, I can always tinker with it, but I love the fact that there's a suggestion like. Here's how the author envisioned it, in terms of, like the end user experience, right? Like you want this to be easy for your end users to run. It's got that. I love that it lays out the monsters. That's a tight one. Another tight one, and again, something I would totally run.
Yeah, totally. I mean, you could even run that as zones. Travel takes, a turn, it's your movement or whatever between them or so. But if you were playing, if you were using index cards or even something straight out of the Essentials deck, put down your pit, you're at the pit or you're at the pool or you're in the cave or you're on the waterfall.
Yeah, or just some anchor images, right? If you're
going a little more minimal style here.
Yep, that sort of fast paced. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of it's a cool setup.
Yeah, really good. Moving on. Another good one.
Yeah.
This is the Fall. by Jeremy Pete, aka RPG Germinator. Super good cat. And this is a super fun adventure.
Yeah.
I love the fact that he sent me several maps to go along with the design.
Right.
It included.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's the. Well, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, including the most important one, which is the one with all the notes on it that shows where everything is, like the main engine, the shield generator, the fuel tank, the gyro stabilizer, the nav controls. I love the design for this. So to sort of set the scene for everyone.
Yes.
You're on a low-tech freight ship. It's kind of an open platform style. So this could be, you could run this in warp shell. You could run this as the deck of a dwarven airship. You could run this in Aether Jammer or Spell Jammer or whatever your kind of favorite flying ship type scenario is. I would probably run this in warp shell, maybe a bit more sci-fi.
I think he kind of said it there.
Yep. Yeah, he said it in warp shell. And basically the scene opens and you're right in the poop. This thing, folks, it's called the Fall for a reason, because this ship is like there's an explosion, it's on fire, and now it's plummeting. And you have a timer. It's 6 rounds. Static timer. 6 rounds. You're on a 6. If it hits 0, you're dead.
Yeah. You've impacted the surface of the planet.
Yep.
You're dead.
You're dead.
To quote, failure to remedy the situation means that everyone aboard the ship will, with 100% certainty, violently perish in a massive fireball on the surface of the planet in a matter of rounds.
Yep.
Pop.
So I love that he put in the location, goal, and obstacle. So he put in the log, the location, low-tech ship, falling from the stratosphere. The goal, repair the engines, endure the dangers, survive the fall. Obstacles, the wrecked engine, the wrecked gyro stabilizer, the shield generator. You've got fires erupting on the deck. You've got the shifting deck that you have to contend with. And then, oh, by the way, there are also bad guys who have done this.
Right? And there's bad guys. But I love the shifting deck, because that's an unstable footing. And I love that for a messed up environment. Because, I mean, this thing is dropping. Of course, it's going to be crazy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, it's cavitating and calving in crazy directions. Love it. Every round, something else happens.
Yeah.
So I love that there are these escalations or these problems that erupt. In fact, in the write-up, he's like, each round the timer ticks down, something awful is going to happen. Insert evil GM smile.
Yeah. I mean, this has more escalation than Backdraft. And that movie freaking just kept going big.
Yeah, man, don't open the door. Like, touch the handle first, because yeah. So, like, this is super nuts. So I love that every round, things get more intense as this thing plummets. It really gives you that feel. That time is running out, and that this is super dire. I love that. There are these terror mercenaries that show up. They've got blast rifles and duranium blades. They have jetpacks, so they're not in any sort of imminent danger. The deck is shifting the whole time, as we talked about. The leaking shield generator throws out acid damage. So that's a problem. And then basically along the ship you have all these different places or areas that you could go to.
And some of them you kind of have to go to because you need to get the power turned back on.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. There's all kinds of fun treats, like there's a tech repair kit, there's a grab anchor, suppressor foam, mechanics tools, there's just all kinds of cool fun loot and items to find. Just in terms of the design, really, really good. He says this scenario requires on the fly adaptation by the GM, which I totally get. You'd have to stay in the moment, and really respond to what's happening. But it's designed to feel really threatening and dramatic. Mm-hmm. I love it. This is exactly my type of encounter.
And it's on a tight timer. You got to get stuff going. And I do have to say I really like the fact that under the terror mechs, next to the jetpack suit, first it has volatile will explode, and then he's got the little note: do not make it easy for characters to obtain the jetpacks.
Mm-hmm.
So that automatically like puts in my mind like when you watch classic, older style movies, and like something gets hit and boom, it immediately explodes, or it crashes into something and immediately explodes. I would have that happening with these mercs.
Well, yeah.
If you did a heart effort, if they've got 1 heart, 5 hit points. You do the 5 damage to them, boom, they explode in a ball of fire.
Oh, absolutely.
Because having a jetpack, like it would take all the threat, right out of that thing.
Absolutely. Or even if
that's a cool note.
Yeah, even if one does hit the deck, right? Like it's going to be like like Indiana Jones and Lao She's club, like with the vial like getting kicked around, and, like with the deck calving and all that. Like they can't get to the jetpack, and it's probably going to slide off or blow up.
Right. Totally.
Yeah, like exactly. But if you did get one, right, it would be an awesome treat. Yeah. So I gotta say, I love this one too. Gosh, this is so hard.
Yeah.
Is it that one?
Yeah. Hey, he's got a note at the bottom. It's possible to reskin for Alfheim. Very little work. Yeah. I reskin that for all kinds of stuff. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Put it in Vigilante City. Well, we've already seen, Marvel. They have the skyships. They're skyship carriers.
Oh yeah.
Just plummet one of those out of the sky. Woo.
Yep. Vigilante City. Yeah. Oh yeah, man. Yep. Oh yeah. Well, that's the other thing.
All kinds of stuff.
So you wouldn't have to use this map that he has suggested. You could use any sort of airship map.
Totally.
You're exactly right, Joe. The shield helicarrier. Those 4 big fan jets.
Helicarrier. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
I couldn't think of the name.
That would be so good. You could use this in altered state. Like it could be a big transport barge, right? Like there'd be all kinds of fun ways to run this or use it. So.
Man, you could even upscale in altered state. It could be like an elite city or something. Just this massive floating city, and the whole freaking thing is coming down.
Yeah, right. Like it's like a flying Mortal Engine. And
right. Oh man, yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta run a Mortal Engines game. I want to play it.
I know you do.
Oh, sorry.
I know you do.
No, I mean, but yeah, there's tons of ways you could reskin this.
Mm-hmm. Good stuff. And that's just a mark of a good encounter rate. Like that you can just use it. Like it's instantly usable in so many ways. All right.
Big time. It's an exciting one.
Yep. If all hearts and minds are clear, we will move on to the next one. I'm going to pause here for shameless product placement.
Ooh.
Product placement. We're totally sponsored. No, we're not. We're not sponsored. Starbucks, call me. Anyway, so
product placement. I got the memo.
You did. So, all right. So
it's not. Yeah.
Yeah. So this next entry, this is the Ritual by Michael Garrett. I didn't catch his handle. So Michael, if you're out there, give us a shout if you're on the Runehammer forum, or maybe you're not. But you have designed this encounter called the Ritual.
Yeah.
Which I love. And I'm going to tell you, Joe, at first blush, there's a little map that kind of gives you a sense of what's going on. At first blush, this encounter looks uber simple. And it is.
Mm-hmm.
But there's something happening in this encounter that is so ridiculously fun.
Right? It was kind of like a,
Right, exactly. I was like,
Well, I haven't had a chance to peer over it, so you get to see my aha moment live on camera here.
Are you scanning down through?
Yeah, as I'm looking through now.
So in essence, to kind of set the scene, this is sort of a square room, but it could be any sort of space. Like I kind of picture it in my head, like maybe on top of a cliff, right? You've climbed your way up, and you're at the very top of the mountain, right?
In this Temple of the Forsaken.
Yeah, in the Temple of the Forsaken. And at each coordinate, like north, south, east, and west, there is basically a portal. It's a, I guess, like a nether shard type portal. And did it just hit for you?
Oh, it's cool. Oh, it's cool.
Yeah. So, and then there is a portal at the center as well. So that's central, like there's like a circle that hums and glows, right?
Yeah. With a circle of energy that can't be penetrated.
Correct. And what happens is, like every D4 round, one of these little portals in the north, south, east, and west area, they spawn. We're back to oozemen, but they spawn like a spawnling like oozemen thing, and it starts to slither its way towards the center of the room. Every time one of those little evil things makes it to the center, the target goes up by 1.
Oh, it's terrifying.
It's terrifying. Honestly.
Right? These spawnlings.
Yeah, as written, I almost feel like this thing is a little bit too easy.
I would bump it up. I'd be like D4 every round.
Exactly. I would have D4 spawnlings every round. And now...
Right? Not just one every D4.
Exactly.
I'd be like,
way too
kick
infrequent.
it up a notch. Bam!
Yeah, way too infrequent. Because you could roll a 4 and have one spawnling like every 4 rounds. Like it would take forever. The PCs would have way too much time. So I would definitely have 1d4 spawnlings every single round. And the first time one of them goes in there and the target goes up, that jaw drop, like, oh my god.
Oh god.
Yes.
Yep.
We gotta stop these things.
Yeah, and really force them to divide their attention. But in terms of the design, it's brilliant. It's brilliant, and they can't just leave because the door disappears when they enter this area. So, so the stairway crumbles away, or the door vanishes, or the stone column slides into place, or whatever.
The other thing that's fun is the target only goes up to a 16, or once it hits 16, an oozeman emerges from the floor in the center of the room.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Oh yeah. I was confabulating the two a little bit. So it's the spawnlings, I think, that are
coming out of the sides.
But then you've got this big thing that comes out of the center.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
oh man,
I love
the 3 heart.
I love this thing because it has the grabby tag. So it does the near weapon attack, but then it steals loot from the PCs. Like when it successfully hits.
Which is it's great because it perfectly fits in this theme where the longer you're in this encounter, the harder it's going to get. Especially it's like the timer's already hit 16, you're already freaking out, and then this guy starts taking your stuff. Like
right?
Yeah.
I mean, it is awesome.
Right? Because at 16 that circle dissipates. Or that impenetrable circle dissipates.
Yeah.
And you got the big bad to deal with.
Yeah, the big oozeman. But honestly, I might even have I would have that dude show up way earlier even. Like so now really just really amp this thing up and make it
oh man. Impenetrable by everything except the oozeman. I would have it in there before that ring drops. I would put a separate timer on that impassable ring of energy. So it's stealing your stuff and you can't do a damn thing about it. You can't even touch it because how do you get rid of the ring?
Well, right. Well, and from my standpoint, right? Like, why should this stop when it hits target 16? Like, how high can this thing go? That's really where I'm at, right? Like,
so it almost becomes we've got to figure out how to dissipate this energy ring so we can take this thing out and get our stuff back.
Exactly. Can we stop?
And we have to do it before this target hits a damn 20.
Yeah, before it hits like 25. Like, I feel like it's way out of reach. Yeah.
Oh man.
Like I love this idea. This is brilliant. As I said, if I were to run this, I would probably dial it up just a smidge.
Oh yeah.
But man,
like just even as is, like right off the bat, it looks simple until you look at it and you're like,
yeah.
oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just using like some simple stuff with like, spawners, some great use of timers. And it has turned this one little square room into like a beast.
Into a beast. Like the synergy here is so great. And it's one of those where if the dice get cold or if the tempo gets off, like the bad guys sort of, get a ahead in the tempo, this one could really go sideways for a party,
Oh yeah, in like the best possible and worst possible way.
Yeah, it's great.
One of the other fun things, the treat, you can get a piece of one of those nether shards, those spawners, and you can be able to summon a spawnling to hang out for a bit, single use.
Yeah, but it's pretty
That's
cool.
the fun thing because you can break those and slow down the spawners.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and so really the whole crux of it is, can you do 2 hearts of effort to disable each of these 4 portals before things get just so out of hand? You know? So
yeah, no, it's great fun.
Yeah, it's certainly an evil little encounter. It has the potential to be super devious. So
super devious.
Michael Garrett, you scamp. You.
Right?
Yes.
It's deceiving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also at first.
Deceiving, but you have tickled our fancy in the best possible way. Like, so good. So little C, your encounter is called Surf Sands. Really, really great idea for an encounter. So the setup for folks. So imagine this giant cavern, right? This giant seaside cavern. And I got to tell you, I love the fact that in this adventure write-up, the words naturally occurring colloid-like substance appear. Like, I love that those words are in this write-up. In essence, for those who do not know what a naturally occurring colloid-like substance is, we're talking about quicksand.
Yeah. I trained my whole life for quicksand and never seen it.
Trained my whole life for it. I've watched so many YouTube videos on how to escape quicksand in my life.
Right? How to deal with rising lava.
Right.
None of it. The floor was never lava.
How to jump over acid. Yes. I've got a special place in my heart for quicksand. I love that this whole cavern, the way the surf comes in, it's all like quicksand across this cavern, and
it's double far.
So and it's huge. So you even across it, I imagine, is probably large. And stuck in this stuff is all this cool stuff. Like, there are all these cool treats, right?
Yep.
And the whole goal for this, I think, is to get to the end of the cavern, to get to the back of the cavern. So simple objective. 4 PCs enter the cavern. 4 men go into water.
Right. Sharks in the water.
Sharks in the water.
Shark.
Yeah, actually, I don't think there are any sharks in this encounter, but
no sharks.
But the environmental hazard is huge because every so often, I think this is based on the timer, the surf comes in, and when it comes in, if you're already stuck in this quicksand, which it limits your movement, like it makes it hard to get through. The wave causes this quicksand to sort of undulate up, and you're suddenly engulfed in it. And now you're instantly suffocating, and you have to make checks to try to get out.
Them con checks.
Yeah, and I love this mechanic. So little C, I'm going to steal this con +1 rounds to make your strength check to get out, or you suffocate. So I love that the timer for basically how long you can hold your breath is determined by your con. Right.
Yeah, and I mean it totally makes sense too. It's great. But yeah, it's after that you're 0 HP. And then you're rolling your death timers.
Potentially stuck in quicksand. Yep.
Yeah, potentially stuck in quicksand.
I love it.
Dying bad.
In terms of treats, there's debris and hidden items that you can find. I love that you could come up with random rope or a random loot, but there are also hidden lengths of rope that you could find in this miasma stuff. So that's super great. And then
and it does make the point to say, I think in multiple spots, that there's stuff everywhere
Yeah, exactly.
Full of useful items.
So right, so like players, like there's like washed up dinghies and smash crates, and broken barrels, and stuff is this surf has crashed in, like it's wrecked stuff, like and it's all sort of collected in this ooze, right? And so like players, they get crafty with like boards, and like I'm gonna put planks on my feet and see if that'll work, and try to walk across the surface. Like they'll come up with crazy stuff.
Right, I want to build boat shoes.
Exactly. So I love that just that simple setup creates all this sort of opportunity for players to get creative. And then there is this thing called the Mermage. And the Mermage appears, it's a she, I think, at the back of the cavern. So she's going to observe the party. She could potentially parlay with them if they're peaceable. Or she'll use magic to evade and escape them if they threaten or offer violence. She also could, I love how this is written, she may be the key to their next piece of, like their next clue in terms of their quest. So she might have a truth that they need.
Right. She might know like the location, the exact location of the MacGuffin.
Yep, exactly. So she would be somebody potentially you could befriend, although if you were to fight her, she's like a devastating enemy to take on. So 3 hearts. I love that.
No slouch.
Yeah, she's got all these attacks, like a wave strike, a geyser. She can change forms. Like she can kind of flow through stuff. All the spell casting, really great. The DM notes here are great in terms of like variables for you, so you could adjust target number up or down.
Yep. Changing when the flood happens on the surf sands.
Exactly.
Yeah, because I think I do want to point out it's not actually on a timer that happens.
Yes,
it's based on a D6 roll on the GM's turn.
Correct.
And if it's a 5 or 6, bad news.
Yeah.
I mean, I would switch that over to a 1 or 2 because the 1s are always bad.
Mm-hmm.
That's just table preference.
Yeah, I love the timer here. Governing the flooding of the cavern is stochastic. I don't know what stochastic means. I'm just a knuckle dragger from the sticks. The helpful note, it's probability based for knuckle draggers like me. So basically you just got to make the roll, and then that helps determine like when the big wave comes in.
Yep.
And then I mean just really tight design. I love this.
Right. This is definitely a great, like, what do we call it? Like that hallway encounter or so. Like this is the space right before the big jammy.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Right.
Well, before you climb the mountain to the to that ritual, right? You gotta.
This is the rough road, and this is a cool spot. Yeah, and it's cool that potentially the mermaid or mermage could potentially be a treat.
Yeah,
but we all kind of know how that is gonna go. Big monster shows up. It's like I'm gonna draw my pistol and shoot it.
Yeah,
like I'm getting a jump on it before it starts wrecking. Like I'm taking this quick draw McGraw.
We're already in the quicksand.
Right. I got time for mermage.
And that mermage is tough. Like that innate spell casting just on its own is insane.
Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah. Arn's Hex, that is no fun thing to get hit with.
Well, also like Shrink Ray, like not only do you have to deal with quicksand, but you're also the size of an ant. Like
right.
I mean, technically that might help you. Like you could like
maybe just run on the surface.
Yeah.
Right, thank you, water tension.
Right, exactly. Like all those
I'm too light to get sunk down.
Oh, hey, you get small when all those grains of sand suddenly become platform sized, right?
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, it's just great when I am yelling at the mermaid, like, please use the shrink one on me. It would be terrible if you did that. Horrible.
Well, I will say, man, like if you got lost in the surf when it came as a little tiny thing,
that's true.
Yeah.
Like it's a major problem.
You're not like resisting that. No strength roll.
Yeah.
Like I don't care if you nat 20 that strength roll. That just means you get to remotely stay in a straight line as you are pushed double far.
Yeah, and then you gotta tunnel out. I mean, you might be under like 6 feet.
Right. Oh man.
I love this.
Yeah, it was fun.
Really well done. Little C, little Chris.
Lil C.
Little C. Love it. Love it. All right.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
All right. We just finished the Surf Sands. We are now moving on to the Torgant by Richard Smithson, aka Smitumi. I think I'm pronouncing that right. And
Yeah, as far as I know, yeah.
yeah, and this one instantly grabs me again because we are dealing with goblins.
Yeah. You had me at Goblin.
Uh-huh. And so the crux of this encounter is that it takes place in a forest clearing. So the PCs, for whatever reason, they stumble into this forest clearing. They hear goblins, or as written, gerblins, cheering. They hear this, like, maybe like a cracking sound almost,
Yep.
right? And inside this clearing, when they arrive, is a massive tortoise called the Torgant. It has a 5-yard wide shell. It's been tipped onto its back. There are gerblins everywhere. They're in the trees. They're next to the creature. They've got spears and all. And they're trying to kill this thing. You know, like
Right. That's a big tortoise.
yeah, like
5 yards. Whew.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, this is like Jawas versus the dire horn, right? Like,
Yeah.
almost.
Except it's helpless and stuck on its back.
Yep, it's helpless. Their goal is to kill this gentle creature of the forest. The gerblins, or the party stumbles upon this, and I suspect they're going to be pretty upset by this and would probably take action. Especially as the encounter points out, if you've got a druid or a ranger, like, it would be instantly apparent to them that the Torgant needs to be saved.
Right.
So that happens. The target is instantly 14. It's crazy. That's sort of zone 1, which is in this tree-lined area. The trees and the packing of the trees make it hard. There are all these...
Plus the flailing Torgant.
So you've got these gerblins with blunderbusses. They're part of a gang. They're a problem because they will shoot you. You've got Shin Splitter, who is the gerblin poach master. He's sort of a big threat to deal with, and he's sort of kind of running the show. He will do kind of a, kill that one, kind of thing to have everybody sort of target that one PC.
Yep.
The next zone is next to the Torgant itself, where it's kind of thrashing. There's a gerblin pike gang with spears and all.
Mm-hmm.
And then probably my favorite zone, which is at sort of the center of this encounter. So you can imagine sort of concentric rings leading in, which is on top of the Torgant. And I love that this is the part that sings to me the most. You have a gerblin shell cracker.
Yeah, hammer
Whoa.
and chisel.
Yeah, he's got a hammer and a chisel, and he is just like trying to, crack into this poor creature's shell,
Yeah.
So I totally love that.
And
So
gives a little option for a potential MacGuffin.
yeah,
Could be into your game somewhere.
absolutely. There
Little
is
GM advice section.
there is no timer for this as it's written. Instead, this is a round-by-round series of events that occurs unless the party does something to stop it. So the whole goal is to just stop this shell cracker. Although, I don't know. I would probably be inclined maybe to put some sort of timer on the shell cracker,
Right.
just to create that pressure. Like in 5 rounds, the shell will be cracked.
Yep.
The chances of it surviving go way down after that. Something like that.
Yeah, something for that imminent danger.
Yep. But suffice it to say, as written, you have all these sort of rings to sort of navigate in towards the center in order sort of to stop this thing.
Yep.
I love the fact that the DM advice here is to, this is a hunt. The goblins are sort of chaotic in all this, but they will switch tactics. They will switch weapons to achieve their ends. Like they will get creative to stop the PCs here.
Because they certainly want to stop the players. If the players are there to help the turtle,
yes,
players are in the way.
Shin Splitter is a unique sort of boss type character, so that's a big deal to sort of fight with him. The rest of them, how many? The advice is sort of your discretion. Like, how many do you want to throw?
Right.
I'd probably go with a lot.
Oh yeah, I'd throw a lot.
Yeah.
But I think there kind of technically is a timer, because in that section where he says it's the round by round series of events, 4 rounds in, Shin Splitter shoots the Torgant with his harpoon, killing it.
Oh yeah.
So I think you've got 4 rounds to kind of mitigate this thing before the Torgant is killed.
So the first one, right, is number 1. Another shellcracker jumps from the trees all into the Torgant. So now you've got 2.
Yep.
2, the Torgant thrashes even harder, and if you're on its shell, you got to make a dex check or fall off.
Yep.
3, the shellcrackers manage to split its belly open.
So there's your timer. So if you can prevent the shellcrackers from splitting it, they can't shoot it with the harpoon.
Yeah. So technically, as written, you've got 4 rounds.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, that's
unless you can mitigate the shellcrackers.
Yeah, that's pretty intense. Okay, I take that back. That just got really time pressure sensitive.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah.
I might let because that would bring 2 teams of shellcrackers, because it says another shellcracker at the start.
Yeah.
I'd say you take one of them out, you delay that inevitable shot.
Yeah, exactly.
But definitely, like, if there's at least one shellcracker and they get the shell open, Shin Splinter is going to kill it.
Yeah, it's a problem.
Man.
I love the
potentially 4.
Yeah.
That's all. That's it.
Yeah, I love the imagination in this. Like, you've got goblins who are assaulting this gentle creature of the forest. It's helpless. So you've got an innocent in peril. You've got this time pressure that these things will crack into this thing's shell and then feast on it and flee. And then the PCs have to do something about it. I love the fact that this could happen anywhere in a forest setting. Yeah, I mean, really solid. Solid entry.
Yeah, it definitely could be, kind of just a stumble into. If you're running like random encounters or sandbox style, this is definitely one of the things you could find in a hex as you're moving through. And he does even have that little note about that there's a silver tusk embedded in the undershell from a previous skirmish. That's something you can find on top of the Torgant. And he gives the advice that it doesn't have a pre-made effect. It's there to make it a relevant item, a piece of loot, or a MacGuffin for your session or for something later. Exactly. So there's like a little thing you can have, if they need some such, there's kind of a spacing already listed in there for it.
Yeah. So, I mean, I got to say, Smitumi, like, goblins, gerblins, money. I love that these goblins are being used in a very dynamic way. I love this concept of the shellcracker type. Definitely unique, super fun. I could see these sort of teams of goblin hunters being like even a bigger threat across a larger area. These guys again. Like, you keep having to deal with these guys. Like, I love it. Good stuff.
Right? Yeah. Keep the shellcrackers away from our paladin. They wrecked his armor last time.
Yeah, right? Yeah, exactly. Any other final thoughts, gents, on this one?
I enjoyed the GM advice at the bottom, especially recommending that goblins start to switch tactics, assuming things start to get a little one-sided.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, really
also recommending that you add a little bit more enemies as necessary,
Right.
Yeah. Well, and one thing we did talk about too is there's like a Gerblin supply litter. So they've got, like, outside of the area, they've got broken weapons, loincloths, jugs of moon hooch that's flammable. They've got old war banners, so there is some stuff to kind of find and grab. So.
Oh, totally.
Yep, super good.
Yeah, it's a fun one.
Another solid entry. All right, moving on. This next one is called "Those Are Not Polar Bears." By Victor, aka Ezra Harden. By Ezra Harden, who has literally been around since day one. So
way back, G+ days and all.
Way back. This is super fun. His encounter is like a 1-page room design. And what I love about it is it's super graphical.
Yeah.
Right? So the setup here is you are on this ice flow with
Mhm.
all these like floating ice patches. Again, it's sort of a it's a little bit of a get from point A to point B. I think you're trying to maybe get from the ice flow onto the ice shelf, maybe.
Yep. And it kind of gives like this really kind of fun Frogger dynamic. I'm kind
Yeah.
of probably aging myself there talking about Frogger,
Yeah, right.
but the fact that the ice flow is continually moving,
Correct.
so you're kind of like having to hop to stay up in the relevant area before getting swept out and away.
Hmm.
Doesn't say what happens, but I kind of imagine that that's once you've gone off of this space, you're kind of point of no return. Like you're on this ice flow now,
Well, yeah, and I
out into the
love
ocean somewhere.
yeah, I love shifting terrain, right? So I think this
Oh,
one
yeah.
is perfectly ripe to have everything sort of shifting every round,
Mhm.
really making it dangerous because the freezing water, if you fall in, you're instantly at -1 hit point and -1 to all rolls. Every turn, not round, every turn,
turn.
you're exposed. So
Right. So yeah, if you got 3 players in your game, that's 3 players in the GM. That's 4 damage.
right.
That's 4.
Before it gets back to you unless somebody else pulls you out or you're
Yeah.
able to climb out. Strength checks to climb out. You got to make dex saves to jump across,
Mhm.
or strength.
Yep, or
That's
strength.
that's my kind of DMing, strength or dex to get across.
Yep.
I love that. But
Given the choice, opens it up for multiple character types.
yes, but you're
Mhm.
not just free to just jump across this landscape. You are being harried. A little bit similar to Kane's, Kane's acid jump. Like there is an enemy
Yep.
to harry you. In this case, it is.
And they are not polar bears.
They're ice trolls. I love trolls. I love them. But these guys are throwing ice rocks, and I think what makes it fun is not only I think if they hit the player directly,
Mhm.
then that's going to cause damage. But if it like dunks in the water or hits like the edge of the like the edge of the of the ice flow or ice chunk the player's on, they instantly maybe it could go in the drink. So I
Yeah.
love that sort of danger. There are 3 of them.
Right. Got a lot of loot laying around,
Yeah.
ship
Yeah.
wreckage,
That's the next
stuck in the
piece.
ice,
I was
Yeah.
about to say.
So
Yeah.
A lot of treats.
Treats, right? Yep.
and the big one.
Yeah. So
Yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry.
yeah. Talk
I wasn't
about it,
looking.
man. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I was
talk
talking
about
about. Yeah, loaded all over the place, and I could imagine, especially if you've got these ice flows moving, that there's always new stuff coming in.
Mhm.
Frozen into the ice, this wreckage from ships. So you get a bunch of loot there, but then you've got that Yogg crystal, which I'd imagine it's probably somewhere on one of these. But anybody holding this Yogg crystal gets easy swimming and climbing rolls. There's a bit of
Exactly.
magic like tuned in there that definitely can help out
Yep.
in this crossing challenge.
Yeah. Exactly. There are also dotted around at least 5, I think, areas of ship wreckage
Yep.
all on these polar ice flows. And basically, the advice is create a 1d6 loot chart. You
Yeah.
know, or make it your own. Basically, is the guidance. Like
Yep.
like what items do you want to be found here? Make it your own.
Yep.
So
Which is quick and easy. I mean, a lot of the time we're rolling randomly for loot anyway.
anyway, right? Target is
So that's
13.
perfect.
Yeah, or
Mhm.
just hit one of those nodes, like jump on one of those ice flows with a crate, and you have a loot roll. It could be shabby, it could
Right.
be epic.
Oh, totally.
Pick your table. Like we have a random roll for which table, and then
Right. Roll a dice and figure out what table it is. You might get really lucky.
yep, exactly. But the target is 13, so it's not going to be super easy to get across this encounter.
Especially if you've gone in the water.
Yep, I mean this could be the beginning of this could be the beginning of your campaign.
Right?
This could
And
be
you still got ice trolls to deal with when you get to the other side.
right. This could be leading up, to the end of your campaign. Like you got to cross the salt marsh flats to get to Manic. Yeah, way out there in Dorolo. That it could be that sort of thing. This could be the start of your Aliens versus Predator campaign.
Ooh.
Where you got to get to the land and
Right.
you know
Your blood and snow plus predator game.
Yep, exactly. That sort of stuff. I love this design. The timer D4 rounds. The threat D3 ice trolls charge. The treat Yogg crystals. And then the all the loot. So
yeah, it's good fun.
Yeah. It's simple. There are a lot of treats lying around, so that poor Dennis has to hop from ice to ice to get everything.
To try to collect it all, right?
Yep.
Got to catch them all.
And then every D4 rounds, everything shifts.
Yep.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Really fun, really simple write up. I love the graphical write up.
Yeah.
Solid encounter, man. Really good.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Most assuredly.
Yeah, and there's just something about ice trolls and jumping from iceberg to iceberg that is
right. Moving ice platforms.
Yeah, super fun, super duper fun. All right, if we're good there,
yeah,
let's move on to another fun one here. This is by Rod Nedlows, aka Inrod. Hopefully, I've not butchered your last name, but I am going to butcher the title of your creation because you have submitted the Tomb of Krillizul,
featuring Bill and Phil the Krill. I'm sorry.
No, it doesn't. No, it
doesn't. They're not there. I'm sorry. No.
Krillizul, I think.
There is no Bill and Phil. There's only Krillizul.
There is only Zul.
I think for simplicity's sake, we should just refer to this one as Krillizul.
Krillizul.
Shizzle.
Oh man, we are in the Krillizul. The Tomb of Zul. He's a powerful wizard from eons past. Basically, the impetus for the heroes to go here is that this guy has been entombed with all of his magic gear, including, I love this, a sword of epic power, like one of these legendary artifacts. It's a named blade. Yep.
Yeah. Kind of a big deal.
Rune scar. I love it. And the tomb is only able to be found by, quote, those who have given up hope and are on the verge of wailing in despair.
Oh.
So maybe you got to cross the ice flow to get to this, to get to this thing, right? To get to the tomb. And basically here is the description. The tomb is a 60-foot wide east to west, 40-foot north to south, so it's a bit of a rectangle. The ceiling is high. It goes way up, like your torchlight dissipates before you can ever see the ceiling. Yep. The walls and the floor are made out of obsidian. They're engraved in these purple geometric designs. That's a fun map.
Smooth.
In the center of the room is a large and raised platform where there's a giant jade sarcophagus. And in the four corners of the room, so here we are back to sort of this corner design, there are small obsidian caskets that are placed upright. Now, when you get to the jade sarcophagus, because who isn't going to run, right to the
for it,
right to the really fancy looking one, right?
Certainly.
It has a phrase inscribed to it. It's hard int to decipher. And basically it says, wind to feed the fire, water to snuff it out, and earth to mold it. And so it talks about each of these four elements. Each one of those four caskets is attuned to each one of those elements, like it has a word inspired. So that is sort of the combination block. It's a little bit of a fun, easy puzzle.
Yeah.
That, hey, you've got to do these in order, folks, in order to unlock the tomb. I don't know what happens, by the way, if you don't do it in order. Like, does it like kind of, do like my phone and, increase the number of times you're locked out? Like, I'm not sure.
Sorry, you need a two-factor authentication or authentication to proceed.
Yes. Yeah, right. To get into Krillizul's tomb.
I need your email.
Yeah. Click on these pictures that are boats.
Right. Or, I mean, we could always, I guess go the less innocuous route and just caustic gas.
Oh,
fills the whole space if you mess up.
Yeah, exactly.
Killer.
Right. Yeah, like wrong order. Yeah, like that.
But I think two-factor authentication is probably.
Yeah, exactly. So the key to all this is once they figure out, oh, we've got to open this first one, which is the wind casket, like then things escalate. So the first thing is that the supernatural wind howls, these eldritch voices fill the tomb. The target starts to increase by 1 every round. So here we go.
Every round.
With this increasing timer. And then they got to open the fire casket. That blasts the room in fire immediately. It's con to take 1/2 magic damage, or it's a con save, or else you take 1/2 magic damage. And that repeats on a D4 timer until all the caskets are opened. So all this craziness is happening. Then you open the water casket. The whole thing starts to fill with water. So I guess that sort of negates the fire, right? The room fills...
Unless the breathable airspace, as you're starting to flood and drown, you're trying to go up to catch a gulp of air and getting roasted by flame.
Yeah, right. So I'm a little bit unsure of this, right? Because the inscription says that you need wind to feed the fire, water to snuff it out, and earth to mold it. Sort of suggests that each one it kind of builds, but but to your point, Joe, I like the fact that maybe they might have to deal with all of these. Like this thing just gets nuts, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then if you open the earth casket, it drops dirt from high above into the room, mixing with the heated water and the wind. Okay, so they are existing.
Oh, yeah, they are all happening at the same time.
Okay, good. Forming into this, several vaguely humanoid shapes. And the last blast of fire sears these new earthen figures. Water drains, wind abates, the fire stops. Each of the earthen figures resembles one of the heroes. So now they're like clay doppelgangers. And you basically have to fight yourselves. Okay?
Heck yeah.
While they're doing this, the jade sarcophagus slowly starts to open with a terrible screeching, like, and an evil eldritch chuckle. And it isn't just the powerful wizard Chryzalizzle. It is, in fact, his Lich Shade. Right?
Oh, yeah.
So the Shade thanks the heroes for bringing him back into the world of the living. He opens a portal, and so sad, he escapes. But, so a little bit of plot armor on Chryzalizzle here.
Right.
Because there can be only Zul. But within the sarcophagus is Rune Scar.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Which is what you came for.
Which is what you came for.
You also let a lich out.
Exactly. So, a little bit of like a Pandora's box kind of ending here. Like, you get what you saw, but you also unleash this evil in the world. And then,
so you kind of have a what happens next.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. You have the fabled sort of legend, but also now, by the way, your world is doomed. So, so there's that. This is probably the start of a campaign. It would be super fun to run. Obviously, I would be wary that your players are going to make fun of Krilliz's, like the krill guy, like them prawns, baby. Like you got to be careful.
There's people out there with better control of their oration skills.
It's true.
They can totally pronounce this.
Yeah. I'm not one of those people, as you rightly
we're knuckleheads who like making silly jokes about.
Right. If you've rightly deduced, that if you give me something to like twist my tongue over, like I'm helpless. I'm helpless against the power of your verbiage. Like hard int to escape. But man, super great encounter. I always love, I love that there's a puzzle element to this, that you have to sort of do these things in order. I love the fact that this room gets crazy nuts. Like, and there's some chaos for a minute. Yeah, and you can feel the sort of escalation. Like, you can almost, like, the players would almost feel like, this isn't worth it. Like, don't open another one. Like, just run. Like, we'll fight our way back across the ice flow.
Right? Right. Let's just flee.
Yeah, right. But it gets crazy insane as it keeps escalating, and then you've got to fight your doppelgangers.
And you get the rune scar. Sure, you let out a lich, but you get rune scar.
Yeah, huge.
Which it's inscribed with each of those elemental runes. Exact abilities are kind of left open for you to figure out at your own table.
Yep, but it totally sets up this this potential promise that one of your players will use it as a pry bar, and break it, which is phenomenal.
I don't know. This does say that this has a mind of its own, so I think it would object. Please don't use me as a pry bar, Dave.
Please don't use me as a pry bar, Joe. Oh man.
I mean, okay, other than the fact that it was labeled the sword, how was I supposed to know?
Jeez. Yeah. I'll just stick it in this chain and try to lever it. Okay.
The sword.
Yeah, nice job. All right, so man, really fun one. Really,
Yeah, no, this is a good one.
fun one.
Yeah.
And for the folks who don't know, Rod, he is the creator of Blood and Gold. I believe that's
Yep.
accurate.
Blood and
Blood
Golf?
Gold.
No,
Blood and Gold.
not Blood and Gold.
Roll initiative. It's time to tee off.
18 holes of death.
Yeah, I'm surprised that nobody entered that encounter.
Right?
All right,
So it was
man.
fun though.
That's
No, it was
su-
great,
that-
great encounter, Enrod.
That's super fun. All joking about the name aside,
Yeah.
it's a super fun encounter. I love it.
Yep. You
Yeah.
got dungeon troubles? I feel bad for you, son. I got 99 problems, but a lich ain't one.
Mhm.
Yeah, that was
Unless you play that encounter, then you're totally got a lich problem.
Fabled Sword of Legend, like a named blade. I'm all in.
awesome.
All right, moving on. This next one is the Tuchakana
Yeah.
bike race, which is another altered
Yeah.
state inspired jam by Christian Glockner, aka Glock. Ooh,
Mhm. Which
T-
I believe
oh, sorry,
Guten Laben. Oh.
yeah, sorry, my bad. I clicked on the wrong window. Anyway, so Tuchakana bike race by Glock.
Mhm.
And basically this encounter is it's a simulated bike race.
Yep.
So it'll be sort of in this cyberspace, like you jack into the system, jump on your bike, and then you race. And the winner, I love this as a prize. The winner receives a custom sleeve.
Yes.
Like, now
Which
that's
is a huge boon.
huge.
Yeah.
Talk about
Way to play to the strengths of Altered State with that prize, you know?
right. Just
Yeah.
really, that's what
Yeah.
you're saying. Really leaning in to cyberpunk. That man, you could get a custom sleeve.
Yeah.
Big deal. So you load, because you load your consciousness into this cortical racing simulation. Death is real. So kind of like some of those movies, right? Like if you experience stack death, you experience real death. It's
Yep.
a little bit of a Sword Art Online kind of vibe to it, which I'm all about.
Yeah.
And I love this, like, when this starts, there are no rules. So there are all these rival bike pilots who are after you. And then the simulation, as it goes, it starts disintegrating.
Yeah, which is a really fun mechanic.
Yeah, really good. Because of all the high stress, the runners have to make periodic charisma rolls to keep their nerves. If they fail too many, it's target damage. So then the target could go up. There are these checkpoints that they have to hit across the map to increase your score. They're determined at random versus like a D12 clock die. So I think that's super fun that even the DM doesn't know across this map, which Glock provided a map. These checkpoints could appear at random, so even the DM doesn't know like what the course is going to look like. That's a super great mechanic.
Especially when going back to the parts of the simulation start disintegrating. So if you're trying to race through and you're like, all right, our next checkpoint is up there, we need to skirt across that, and an area disintegrates. Now you've got to find a way around this void of delete button.
Yep. The rival bike pilots, they don't play fair. They attack with weapons or guns. They ram or push bikes. So players have to make dodge rolls. They can find shortcuts. They can try to find a way to hack the rival bikes, shut down their engines. Like, basically it's cyberpunk, right? So just let your players go wild with those crazy fun ideas. Glock has create billboards that could crash down, like stuff like that. And
Oh yeah.
I love this too. Like it all fits on one page. Like it's just a race. Um, Ultimately, the simulation can potentially outrun the runners. Like this void can get them. They may be able to locate this diffused signal to try to determine an escape point.
Right.
Like
Find an exit point.
correct, like a sudden exit point. So it has a little bit of that
Mhm.
Tron vibe to it, right? Like you could crash through the wall and break out, so to speak.
Right.
I love it. Tujikana bike race, like I'm all in for it. And
Yep.
If you're playing Cyberpunk, you could totally plug this into any campaign.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Anywhere.
And have it run. This could even be maybe a warp shell game too at some point. But
right. I mean, you could even similarly throw it into Alfheim. You're pulled in some quasi magical realm, and now you've got to do this. Like your souls were ripped from your body, and you have to do this ghost race.
Right, yeah, like a ghost or demon race on horses, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways to skin that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is definitely one that you can just plug and play anywhere. I think
super fun, and
oh yeah,
yeah, I'm all about it. So
really,
Glock, love it, man, love it, and there's a special place in my heart for Altered State. So not that wins you any extra bonus points, because it will be the design that carries the day, but that's a fun one for sure. That is our second chase encounter.
Yeah.
All right, moving on.
But both different from each other, though.
Mm-hmm. Very different. All right, moving on. This is the next one submitted by Micah Green. This is the Witch's Cauldron by Micah369 on the forums
Nice.
in the Discord. This one's super fun because it's a flip of the, go track down the witch and save Gretel from the witch kind of thing.
Right.
Basically,
damsel in distress.
Surprise, Gretel is the witch. So really the idea is you go in to save this princess. There are these headless knights that try to stop you the whole way. Except what's fun about it is they're sort of the good guys. Like,
yeah,
they're trying to keep you from the princess who becomes the witch.
Right. They're headless, so they can't tell you.
Exactly.
Oh, hey, we're former victims. We're you, but 10 weeks ago, you got suckered in.
Exactly. Like we're like the good ring wraiths, right? Like we're here to help you and save you from the same fate. So if you get there, you kind of fall into this cauldron domain. The witch wakes in 4 rounds. During that time, the headless knights, quote unquote, will stop at nothing to keep you from falling into the trap. They're going to try to quote unquote knock you unconscious. So they're not trying to kill you. They will do damage, but if you hit 0, they're going to knock you unconscious before the witch awakens. They try to keep that timer from happening. However, there is a pentagram, and PCs who stand close to the princess will still be targeted by the cursed knights. However, the eldritch carvings ward the PCs against the knights' attacks. So the witch has set up this pentagram that these headless knights that are trying to help the party in reality by attacking them.
Right. Well, because they kind of see the pentagram as the princess.
Exactly.
Right.
So and they are described, I love this, to be brutal. They're implacable and ruthless. So as former victims of the witch, they will stop at nothing to save the PCs from a similar fate. When they're in this sort of miasma, like it's like a pocket dimension, all the victims of the witch are kind of floating in there, like hands and eyeballs and heads. The witch's soup is bodies.
It's so gross and so awesome.
Made from people.
Yeah, it's Grotham.
Got to do the Charlton Heston hand.
It's
people.
It's Os. if you survive for 4 rounds, the beautiful princess fades. She's actually the witch, and then players potentially must face the witch, right?
Yep. Yep.
Like
you can break the witch's curse if you offer up True Love's Kiss.
Oh,
Potentially.
a fairy tale ending.
Potentially.
Yep.
But
so first of all, this witch's suit, it has your movement.
Sorry.
You can search for loot in there, so that's a fun treat.
Mm-hmm.
But if you fail, it makes you sick. So you can't just search over and over and over. Like if you fail, like you get super nauseous and all your rolls become hard.
Right. I found a ring. I just have to take the finger out of it.
Yeah.
In the soup.
Yeah. But those things corrode after one round. So you get one use out of the item that you find, and then it's gone.
Yep.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, super good. The knights are described. So you have Sir Gerald, Sir Richard, Sir Bruce, and Sir Marvin. Yeah,
I want to go back to the First Love's Kiss.
Okay.
Or the True Love's Kiss, because it is kind of a fun thing that it seems like, because you get asked if you stand close to the princess about this True Love's Kiss. If you actually do, this illusion fades, and you've just been kissing the witch, and you're now taking ultimate effort every round while she is latched onto your face. And you got to start making some charisma checks to avoid bewitchment and some strength checks to escape. So it's kind of like a fun, yet another spin on the trope. Offers True Love's Kiss, but that's literally just to start draining your character.
Oh,
yep.
So devious.
Taking the life away from the players.
Well, yeah, and if you die during this encounter, like the whole party becomes these headless knights.
Yeah. Right. So you don't want to die here.
Yeah, she is brutal. If she comes into fruition, which 4 rounds isn't a lot of time, I suspect she will. Mm-hmm. She's got 1 heart per party member. She has +8 to all of her stats. I assume that includes damage too, which is just crazy. Like she could drop you in a hit. She has 1d8 necrotic rot to her effort. 3 actions per round. She does a drain attack, a claw attack. She has festering boils, so every time she's hit, she releases rancid gas. So that's con or 1d8 poison damage.
Right, some AoE effects, basically.
Yep, she has all these spells, polymorph self. She can polymorph others. So, that's the old World of Warcraft. Like, I'm just going to turn you into a sheep. Boop. You are now a sheep. She does Witch Bolt. She does Far. She is a huge handful. So, you want to talk about just, really kind of, really getting sucked into this trap, which is what it is. Like this whole encounter is a huge trap. You're going to get sucked in, and it is going to be.
Yep, because she wants to feed and run if she can.
Yeah, it's going to be a dogfight all the way out. I'll be curious if if the Headless Knights continue to help you after she appears. Like if they...
I would let them. Like I would think those are potential allies. I mean, how bad did you beat up on them? Because that might change whether or not they're going to decide to help you.
Right.
But I mean, ultimately, I think they will help you because if the witch dies, their spirits are freed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. So I would be curious, or maybe it's a case that if maybe that pentagram is pretty large. So and she's in the center of it. So if that battle takes place in that area, they're all standing at the outskirts.
Yeah, they can't get in because it's warded away.
Can't get in, but if you could find a way to get her out there, like they are potential allies who could help turn on her, right? So
totally.
That's how I would run it anyway. I don't know, Rod, if that was your, or not Rod, if Micah, that was that was your intention. But I got to tell you, really super fun. I love that it this flips the script. I
love spinning a trope around the other way.
Yeah, on the Hansel and Gretel tale here. I love it. Good stuff.
I just love the theme. Like it's so unique and like you got some cool ideas drifting around in that brain.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, well, and headless knights, right? Like I am here for headless knights.
Yeah.
You know, who actually turn out to be good guys in the end. Like they're attacking you,
Yeah.
Right.
you know, and
But
they're
it's
brutal.
again like there's so many like spun tropes where it takes that trope and just you get the other end of it.
Oh yeah,
And the headless knights are one of them. I mean the witch being the damsel of distress.
hmm like the PCs are going to
Like
see those knights as as evil things
Oh.
trying to kill them to get to
Yeah.
the princess. You know.
Oh yeah, I mean totally like that first glance
Totally.
in there of like you've got to rescue this princess. You've got to call for help. She's trapped in
Yeah.
this thing. There's these undead headless knights everywhere.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
wreck him and save the princess.
Yeah.
I also love that each knight is unique. They have unique
Yeah.
abilities,
Mhm.
and they have like unique backgrounds, which I think is
Yeah.
a lot of like cool thought put into it.
Yeah, from a design standpoint, it's really cool. I would be sad, right, if like you have all that cool detail about them, and like the party doesn't figure it out,
Yeah.
Yeah.
right?
Right. I mean it's the Barleth again. You kill it and then find out, oh crap, there's babies here. Or, in this case,
Yeah, right.
oh crap, those guys were the good guys.
Yeah, like maybe you have an epilogue, where their spirits speak to you or something like that,
Right.
So,
Yeah, it's very cool.
but super fun one. That's another good one. Like definitely
Mhm.
that would be fun. I would totally run that. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Good stuff. That gets 6 wings. So that's really awesome. All right. So the next one, a little encounter called the Wizard's Tower Library. This is by a husband and wife team who are fans of the channel, Ryan and Melissa Duncan. They have their own website, Urban Sunrises. They are adventure creators, and turned up for this contest, which I love.
Seriously awesome.
Yeah, seriously awesome. Really glad to have this submission. And this one is actually part of a product that they have developed, which is they've sort of created this wizard, or maybe even I guess like a chronicler, Winston Windstone. Like there's a volume 1 that you can go purchase on Drive-Thru RPG right now. So check it out. Give them some love.
And this one will be appearing in their second volume coming up later on, I believe, or this encounter as well. So it's very cool that they did add this additional one just to come and put in an encounter. I think it's cool.
Yeah, absolutely. So this encounter of the Wizard's Library, you could envision, right, that you had this tower of different floors that are all part of this Wizard's Library. Very similar to the encounter that Dennis ran, where we had to go up through all the floors of the temple. You had the classic tower scenario. All right, so this encounter, like you can picture this cool tower, right? This is just one floor of the entire tower.
Yep.
So classic tower, Wizard's Library. This is one of the floors, and what happens is that when the PCs enter this part of the library, they're going to see like all these books kind of flying through the shelves, right? And they're going to see like the spectral cat, like kind of leap from one of the bookcases maybe into the other. The spectral cat is a dream walker. The whole truth here is that she has split her essences among all the different kind of like realms or kind of books here in the library. There's some
Gumby style, if you're familiar with that. That every book is its own world in a sense.
Exactly. And it's because like there's something bigger happening in the tower. Like there's maybe like an evil portal or some sort of evil type of ritual. There's something that's a bit more like more of a good type ritual, and the two are kind of out of balance. That's all part of the deeper mystery for the PCs to solve while they're in the tower. But as the Dreamwalker, she split her essence in order to survive. And what's happening is, in result of this tower kind of being out of whack, is that there is this creature, this wraith-like creature that I love. It's called the Realm Reaper. By the way, Ryan and Melissa Duncan do their own art. They work on it together along with their writing. So I'm going to throw that image up of the Realm Reaper. It's so cool.
It's fun.
And it cannot be reasoned with.
Yeah.
Yes,
you cannot reason with this thing. And it doesn't like shy away from its intentions. Like, it is on its way to try to destroy the Dreamwalker in all of her like shards where she split up to avoid this thing. Like, part of her must survive. So you must do this. And as the encounter opens, every player, like a book, flies to each player. So to Joe's point, each book is its own realm, and I think the intent here is for each one of the PCs to get sucked into a realm. And that part of the impetus for this is for the DM to ask the players, sort of what is their favorite book? Like what does this PC, see when they open this book, and then suddenly they're transported to this area with one of the shards of the Dreamwalker, who, I would make this creature kind of elusive, if the player in this like dream book state can find the Dreamwalker, then she can give them the lore about this creature hounding them.
Right, give them that info, communicate with them.
Yes, and then somewhere in there, this Realm Reaper shows up, and he is after her, and the PCs are going to have to deal with it, potentially separately, right?
Potentially, yeah.
Yep, and the one thing that I love about this creature is that it just doesn't attack outright. It's just every time it brings its sickle down, it's a deck save. Make your deck save. If you don't, you're going to take D8 damage.
Yep.
To attack this thing, if you try to do a melee attack on it, you instantly got to make a con save, or you're paralyzed for 1 round. So you almost can't even touch this thing.
Right. Well, the other big thing, I mean, on that note, it does say it's immune to all physical attacks, so you can't actually touch it.
Well,
but one of the things I want to point out about the scythe, when it does the attack, you can avoid that D8 damage, but your characters are the least of the worries. The tip of the scythe cuts through the book, because remember, every character's got a book. It cuts through the book, catching the essence, and pulls it out of the book, and essentially kills that sliver of the essence of the Dreamwalker.
Yep.
So you've only got like limited amounts of getting all this information and communicating and possible assistance from the Dreamwalker.
Yep.
Because every time the Reaper attacks, it's going to be wrecking a book.
Yes.
So you got to jump out of the way.
And you got to deal with this like quickly. So there is that time pressure that we love. But yeah, you're right, Joe. This thing is immune, so you can try to attack it. Even if you do, A, it's not going to have any effect. B, you're going to have to make a con save, or you're going to be paralyzed for a round.
Right.
It is weak to vibrations, or anything that disrupts its vibrations. So loud noises will blind it. Cold or ice spells will hurt it. But it poses a threat as long as the Dreamwalker remains in the realm. It can be shattered, but that's no easy task. I will say, it's pretty cool. Like in terms of the adventure, it's kind of open ended. Like, will you save the Dreamwalker? Where is the book? Will you fight the Realm Reaper? Will you just delay it long enough? And then the bigger mystery, like, what else will you find in the tower? Potentially this is going on.
Right. This is kind of your opening encounter. You're just walking in, and boom, books and Realm Reaper.
Yes.
Are like just right in your face. So yeah, it is like nice with that open-endedness, because who knows what the rest of this tower is going to look like when this all comes out.
Exactly.
I'd like to see what further thing is on there and how can we help the wizard.
Yep, exactly. And
not die to a Realm Reaper.
Yep, the last page is super cool. So we have the monsters here, the entities. The Dreamwalker itself can pass through objects, can jump into stories, including the ones in your mind. It can split its essence, which we know. And then you have the stats for the Realm Reaper. It's +2 int, +2 strength. It does 1d8 damage, based on that deck save. And anything that touches it instantly vibrates, out of this realm. Vibrates this thing out of the realm, vibrates it out of existence. And then there's a D6 loot table.
Yeah,
Mhm.
the loot table's fun.
Yeah, super fun, super easy to implement. Love that part of the design.
Right.
Yeah, really solid. The art is really fun. You can tell these folks, do a lot of adventure design. Just
Oh yeah.
given how clean and tidy everything looks.
Yeah.
Super fun, super
Like-
super fun encounter.
I love this premise. Like it's so unique, and I just love the thought of this like unstoppable threat almost. Like it's just like all you can do is just get around it basically because you can't reason with it. It's just always coming for you. It's so cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's really after her, right?
Well,
like,
right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then but if you get in its way, like it's a real
after
problem
you too.
Yeah,
Or if you're holding books that the Dreamwalker happens to be in or
Mhm.
utilizing, because some of like there is some I guess you could call them read alouds, but there's like different things you could learn from the Dreamwalker, and one of the things the Dreamwalker says is I have not found the book I need. So somewhere in here is the book that you need to help this wizard,
Right.
to do something with because there's another one the cult members have sealed off the upper floor. So somewhere there's a book that you absolutely need
Yep, you
to
gotta
help
have it.
situate all this thing and fix what's going on.
Well, yeah, like you get the
Like
sense.
it's a cool opener.
Yeah, you get the sense that the book is the key to the upper floor to deal with these cult members that have
Yeah.
caused this imbalance. The Dreamwalker says, "I will not abandon the wizard. He needs me."
Mhm.
So
Yep.
super cool premise. Man, I mean, this is really good. It's a really solid entry.
Yeah.
This is not an easy contest.
No, it's not. It's not. And I just can't get over this art and what a great
Really fun.
what a great bad guy design, like a boss design, like super
Yeah.
fun.
Nigh invulnerable. I mean, yeah, you can hurt him and stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. If there are no other thoughts on the Wizard's Tower, believe it or not, that is 27 out of 28, and we are closing in on our last one.
Oh man.
Whoa, it's so ultimate.
28. It's awesome.
It's awesome. So this last one, believe it or not, this last one was submitted by Shepard Knightley. This one didn't have a title.
Oh.
So because this takes place in the Zymer Memorial Library, I just dubbed it Zymer Memorial Library. So
Nice.
Shepard, I gotta say, this is super fun. I love the call out to Zymer.
Right?
Because-
Zymer Memorial Library.
Because
I'm not dead.
old.
Yeah,
mean,
I'm
if you-
not dead. I'm old.
If you had given it a title, it might have made sense to at least start it with an A so it wouldn't be stuck at the end of the video, but this is where we are.
Hey, it just I relabeled all the files first, and then there it went. But no question that this encounter begins in the Zymer Memorial Library.
Yep.
And the whole premise for this, which it took us a minute to figure out, but the whole premise is that the Zymer Library is the victim. The whole area is the victim of this dark ritual.
Yep. Four rooms out of this university library.
Yep.
Or 4 quadrants of this room have all been affected.
Have all been affected, and somewhere in the center, this abyss has opened up, and I love it because Shepard drew this diagram first to try to create this encounter. I love that it looks like it's ripped out of a spiral, like sketchbook, like that. Man, that really takes me back. But I love that there's this map that kind of tells you what's going on. Basically, picture 4 rooms that comprise this library. Each one of the 4 rooms has something special going on, which we'll talk about in a second.
Yep.
In the center is an abyss. And over the abyss are these 6 librarian cultists. In fact, they have a very they are cultist librarians. And they're workers who have gone mad by dark magic. They each have 1 heart. They are basically chanting in this ritual.
Yep.
And they don't feel pain. They don't stop chanting. Like the ritual continues until they're all destroyed. The one catch is that you can't just melee these guys. Like, you can't run out into the abyss and just schwack one, right? If you try to jump into the abyss and you fall, I would pretty much rule you're lost, right? Like, do not fall into the abyss.
Right. Do not go in there.
Yeah, do not go into the abyss, but you still have to find a way to take these guys out. Yeah. The other fun thing is that because there are 4 quadrants to this library, each one is 1 to 4. All the PCs start out in a random quadrant.
Yeah. And if you leave through a doorway, you come back into another random quadrant.
Correct. So every time you try to move, if you go out a door, you randomly go to another quadrant.
You can, of course, climb over bookshelves or push them over to make pathways to walk through. But every time you do something like that, you start awakening these animated tomes. So these books try to come out and get you.
The other thing that's happening, before we talk about each one of the quadrants, which is, I think, really the fun part. Well, I mean, it's all fun, but there are innocent academy students, so there are innocents you got to try to save and check on, but they're terrified. But then there are these tortured scholars. So every so often, one of these things crawls up out of the abyss, and I love it on the diagram. There's like a little hand, like peeking up out, right? So these tortured scholars, like they climb up out. Every round, a tortured scholar crawls up from the abyss and enters one of the quadrants. Again, random, D4. You don't know where they're going to appear, but they form a threat to the players and are going to try to stop them.
One of the things I think's fun about the tortured scholars, clearly they're like a little upset that maybe they're not the smartest kid in the room, because they only attack the target with the highest intelligence in that room. If there's a tie, they go after whichever one is closest. So if you're the smartest guy in a room, they're going to knock you down a peg, or they're going to try to knock you down permanently, I guess.
Exactly. and
it's just kind of a fun bit.
Yep. These guys have 2 hearts. They take 2 actions. They attack the person with the highest intelligence in the quadrant. They're
probably give me your mage.
Yep. They are otherworldly, so they are not affected by the room conditions. They do a smoky tentacle weapon. And what's crazy about it is you take, every time it hits you, like, you continue to take damage until you make a con check.
Yep.
So that thing's brutal. They do a mind flay attack. They do a tortured howl. That's sort of an AoE for all the combatants in the quadrant. Yep. Like, those guys really are sort of the main threat.
Yeah.
Now, Joe, do you want to talk about what each one of the rooms do and each one of the quadrants and how super fun they are?
Ooh, right. I have to go back up to the quadrants.
Yep.
All right. Yeah. So, there are, each of these quadrants, these 4 sections of the room, they do all have doorways that just loop back to another random room.
Yep.
But these 4 spots that we have, we've got the silent reading room, which is labeled as number 1, because remember, D4 for your random spots. But not a sound can be heard. No one can speak, hear, or cast spells in this quadrant. So it's total silence when you walk in. Like, somebody hit the mute button in the room, and everybody's just, that's how you have to deal in that spot.
Yep.
You've got the study lounge, which is a literal and metaphorical cloud of confusion filling the whole quadrant.
Yep.
Wisdom checks and rolls that utilize sight are hard through this whole thing.
Yep.
It's kind of fun. Again, these are kind of playing off the sections, like, the type of room that it is.
Yep.
We've got the archives, room number 3, a lonely and forgotten archive that has become a frozen wasteland from neglect and lack of heating. You're stuck back in that corner of the library that's just always cold.
Right, yeah, right, with the leather tome books that nobody ever reads. Right, you're kind of afraid to touch them. Yeah.
Right. Climbing is hard here. You're going to slip and slide because everything's covered in frost. There's no heating here, so you're going to have some dex checks sliding around this place. Definitely fun there. And then you've got the planned future wing. There were great plans for this space until funding was reallocated. Now it's an empty quadrant full of dark magic. Whenever players or NPCs dies here in this quadrant, tentacles conjure up from their chest. This is reference the monster section of ME for tentacles.
Yeah, I mean,
So anybody that dies, it just becomes a tentacle spawn.
Yeah.
So there's extra just awfulness in here.
Yeah, like Maniac Mansion, right? You gotta feed it the wax fruit to make it go away. You know?
Right.
Do I have a box of tentacle chow? Yep.
Right. So yeah, you've got these things going on in each of these quadrants, as well as being hunted by these tortured souls, scholars, and still have innocence in peril, which could be in any or all of these rooms.
Yep. So basically, this sort of room, your ranged attackers are really going to shine.
Your mages are going to get beat on.
Potentially. And I don't think, based on the nature of this, you can't just like camp there because these tortured souls will find you. The flying books. Slouches. Yeah, the flying books will be a problem.
The tomes, that's right.
Yep, and you can't leave until you end the ritual. There is somewhere a treat on one of the bookshelves is an ancient book of spells. You would predetermine that probably as the DM and determine its random location. Probably what you have to do to find it, those sort of conditions.
Right. And the students themselves, they're all +2 int. So if they're the only ones in the room with a tortured scholar, the tortured scholar's going after them.
Mm-hmm.
If they're in a room with, say your fighter's only got like a 0 or +1 intelligence, well, the academy students are getting targeted. It's like there's definitely a real threat there.
Yep.
And the tomes themselves, I have to say, they're kind of fun. They only do 1 damage. They only have 1 hit point, but they wake up more books.
Right. Well, and it's 1d6 of them every time they spawn.
Yeah.
So that's crazy. You can knock over bookshelves. Again, that will spawn them, but you can use those bookshelves to create bridges, as you knock them down between quadrants. Yep. So that, if PCs figure that out, that's super fun.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, really super fun. I think probably the hardest part is, killing the occultist librarians, figuring out how you're going to take them out. If you kill one, it simply drops into the abyss. You've got to take out all 6 to stop this sort of like doomed ritual.
Yeah, and stopping that ritual will return this whole floor of the library back to its original space.
Yeah, correct. So
everyone will be able to exit then. You won't be randomly popping back into other rooms.
Yeah, I mean that's just super fun, Maybe you combine this one and the last one, and the Realm Reaper is stalking you the whole time.
Right.
Funny that we had
Those would be wild rips.
Funny that we had 2 library ones back to back. But man, super great, super fun. I love this quadrant idea. I love random spawning. I love showing up at random locations. Like if you're going to try to do a plan, like it's so hard to get everybody together in the same room.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Any other final thoughts?
I just want to say that I really like the theming and all the different ways you can tackle these problems, like all the environmental treats like bookshelves and toppling and climbing and frost, and it's so much fun.
Yeah, really good. Well, everyone, if you've made it this far, thanks so much for sticking around with us as we talked about these 28 killer contest entries. Hopefully you can see by now that Joe and I really have our work cut out for us in terms of trying to narrow these down.
You guys did not make it easy.
Yeah, you really didn't. Like everybody just they brought the thunder. You gotta bring the thunder. You gotta bring the thunder. Like everybody brought the thunder. Really, really cool stuff. I would absolutely run every single one of these encounters, hands down. Really, really great. So before we close out, Joe, final thoughts?
Man, final thoughts. You guys knocked it out of the park. Like, I think at this point we got a lot of work cut out for us. So I really think the only final thought I have is take my hero coin and always roll ultimate.
Yeah, but wait, Joe, you got ahead of me.
Oh,
you got ahead of me. Too far. Xander, you got any final thoughts?
Yeah, I would say that everybody really decided to show up for this.
Gosh.
Yeah, like 28 entries, and all of them are like so killer. And I don't envy you guys at all, because I am just completely baffled by the creativity of our community.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna sound like a broken record. It's just amazing. Like
It is.
all of these fun ideas, some of which were like so perfectly nuanced.
Yeah.
I love it. There are a lot of ideas that I may steal or plagiarize. Just really, really great stuff. Thanks everyone for entering so much and for making this contest a huge success. Because of you guys, because of your entries. We love it.
Yeah, big time.
Yep. So, Joe,
Say the line. Say the line.
Now take us out.
I jumped the gun.
Don't miss
Take
your
a
cue.
second. Take a second hero coin, and always roll ultimate. We're giving out 2 today. Thanks so much, guys.
Bye, everyone.